A quick heads up, I've been a little obsessed with scarecrows lately, and I'm sure some of you know why. My first feature film, Gale Yellow Brick Road, is hitting theaters nationwide on February 11th, 2026. If you're into horror or fantasy, or just want to find out what happened to Dorothy many years later, this one is for you. It's a dark reimagining of The Wizard of Oz, and you're not going to want to miss it. So mark your calendars, February 11th, 2026, Gale Yellow Brick Road. If you want to check out the trailer, I'll leave the link in the description and the pinned comment. Also, if you enjoy this type of content, I have 3 different podcasts that I upload to every single night. I'll leave the links to them in the description. As always, I keep the ads to a minimum at the beginning, so you can get immersed right away with no interruptions, whether you're just chilling, sleeping, or just letting the rain and fear wash over you. If you enjoy the video, it would mean a lot if you gave it a like and hit that subscribe button. It really helps. Thank you for being here. Now, let's begin. When I moved into my new apartment, I had been running away from my parents. They never understood my need for independence or desire to move out of my hometown. They were kind enough, but one wrong word or eye roll and I was confined to my bedroom, which would have made sense if I was 12, but I'm 20. There is no doubt I love my parents to death, but you can only take so much smothering before you know you need to get out. I needed to start my life, find real friends, and maybe start my own family. But I couldn't do any of that under my parents' roof, so I left. I had planned it for months, and then the day came. I waited until my parents left for work, threw all I could in my bags, and left. I had managed to find the place on a website for cheap, which was good enough for me because I just needed someplace to go. I had the place bookmarked for a while and always wondered why nobody took it, but I was desperate. The apartment wasn't far from my parents' house in the end, but it was far enough to gain some space and make them realize I'm just not their baby anymore. That morning when I left my parents' house, I walked a few blocks and made it to my new apartment with all my bags slugged over my shoulder. I buzzed the leasing office from the outside as I dropped my bags for a minute. "Are you Kendall?" The voice buzzed from the intercom. "Guilty as charged," I said, trying to catch my breath. The door clicked and I dragged my bags in off the street. I took a breath and looked around at the building. It was old and smelled musty. The wallpaper had started to peel in some of the corners, exposing the brown walls behind it. There was a wooden staircase leading up to the upper floors, although there were only 2 other floors above the first. I crossed over to the first few steps, hearing the floor creak beneath me. I had just made it to look up the stairwell when I heard, "3rd floor." I whipped around to see the landlord standing by what was presumably the property office. I guess he looked pretty typical for a landlord, because he didn't seem to want to actually talk to me. "Your apartment is on the 3rd floor, Unit 34, at the end of the hallway," he said as he held out the keys to me. "If you need any help, just holler." "Thanks." I took the keys from his hand. The landlord turned and started to walk back to the office before he said, "Oh, I almost forgot to mention, there's some leftover furniture from the previous tenant. If you don't want it, let me know, and I'll come move it out." "It's all right. What you're looking at is all I have right now." I held up my bags to show him. "Did you have a fight with your boyfriend or something?" He didn't look too concerned, and I could tell that he wasn't going to take anything I said too seriously. He was just happy to have the room taken. "Parents, actually." I nodded and turned to the stairs, not wanting to stick around and talk. After all, I had just run away from home. I wasn't looking to let people know someone might come looking for me soon. The entire building seemed to creak as I moved towards my apartment. The hallways were dark, but I kept walking through until I reached the end. I unlocked the door to apartment 34 and swung it open. I stepped in and coughed from the dust I had just disturbed. The dust was heavy, and the air was thick in the room. I stepped from the door into the kitchen, which was comprised of an oven, sink, and refrigerator. There was barely any room for dishes or food. I laughed it off and kept walking through to the living room and dropped my bags on the floor. It was small and just as dusty as the kitchen, but it had a window on the far wall, which I immediately opened, hoping to get some fresh air in the place. I pushed open the window and squealed as a few spiders dropped down to my feet. I jumped back, startled, but soon regained my composure and turned to the bedroom. I hadn't seen any of the furniture that the landlord had been talking about until I walked into the bedroom. I swear that I could have cried. I was so happy, because as I walked through the door, I saw a bed sitting against the far wall with a rug underneath. I had fully intended to sleep on the floor for months until I could save up enough for a bed or a couch, but now I had a full bed all to myself. It didn't matter that someone else had slept on it. Anything was better than the floor. I would just need to get some new sheets and a pillow. The entire apartment was a shoebox at the very best, with a tiny bathroom and closet in the bedroom, and just enough space to walk from room to room. The floors were old hardwood, just like the rest of the building, and they creaked beneath my feet as I walked. The walls were bare apart from the old stain here and there, and some of the light bulbs needed to be replaced, but I didn't care how small, dusty, and dirty it was. It was the first thing that was ever really mine, and I loved that. That evening, I walked to the store around the corner to pick up some cleaning supplies, food, and blankets for my bed. I had been careful not to stand out from the crowd, just in case my parents were looking for me. I returned to my apartment, did what cleaning I could for the night, made up my bed, and fixed a ready-made pizza for dinner. I knew I would need to go out and look for a job the next day, so I went to bed just after 10. I snuggled down under the blankets, trying to get warm, but the apartment was still cold as ice. I shrugged it off as part of the drafty apartment I had gotten, but I should have paid more attention. I tossed and turned that night and managed to sleep for a few hours, but I consistently woke up at the top of each hour with the feeling that someone was looking at me. I managed to turn over and ignore the feeling each time. I thought I must just be getting used to the new apartment, and I would sleep soundly soon. I turned over in my sleep all night until the sun started to break through the windows the next morning. Once I got up, I made myself breakfast before heading out into town. For the next few days, I continued to have trouble sleeping in that apartment, waking up with the feeling of someone's eyes digging into my skull. I tried to shrug it off and go about my business, but each day it became harder as I felt the nights grew colder and much more violent. I couldn't explain how I know it felt angry, but I just knew someone or something didn't want me to be there, and it felt like they would do anything to get me out. I started sleeping less and less, but stayed in that apartment against my better judgment because I had nowhere else to go. I had never really been a believer in the paranormal, so it was easier for me to ignore the invisible presence in the room. Or it was, until the night it wasn't invisible anymore. I had just come home from a long day at work at the diner down the road. It wasn't a great job, but it was all I had at the moment. My boss had overworked me that day and made me stay a few hours late, so by the time I got home, I was ready to fall flat on my face, and so I did. I made my way to my bed and flopped down, barely staying awake to kick my shoes off. I fell asleep soundly for the first time since I had arrived. It must have been a few hours since I had fallen asleep, although I didn't manage to see the time. I woke up with the same familiar feeling that someone was watching me, but something else felt off this time. My eyes were open, and I could look around me, but I was frozen in my bed. I couldn't move a muscle. I started panting, trying with all my might to move a muscle, but nothing worked. I was stuck on my back. I had no idea what to do, and I was scared out of my mind. It took me a few minutes, but I managed to calm myself down enough to bring my attention to the room around me. I wish I had just closed my eyes. I looked around the room searching for anything, and I gradually became aware that there was something standing at my feet. I didn't want to look. Everything in me screamed not to, but I knew I would need to look eventually. I took a breath and looked at the end of my bed. To my horror, I saw a man staring at me with dull eyes. I couldn't make out most of his features because it was so dark, but I could tell that he was old, and I could tell he didn't like me sleeping in his bed. My heart started beating faster, but I still couldn't move a muscle. I watched the man as he reached down and grabbed my ankle. I have never felt anything like what I did that night, but I'll never forget it. It felt like he was trying to crush me when he grabbed my ankle, so much that I was sure he cracked something. It looked like he was about to pull me off the bed, but as soon as he grabbed me, my muscles could move again. I shot up and screamed. I desperately looked around the room for the man, but he had vanished. I cried and tried to gain my composure as I sat on the bed. I had just managed to calm myself down a little, convinced myself it was all just a dream, when I realized I was holding my ankle. I started shaking as I looked down to see my ankle swelling, covered in very real bruises. I didn't sleep again that night. I barely made it to work the next morning, but managed to make it down the block after wrapping my ankle in an old shirt. I walked through the front door to hear my boss immediately start yelling at me.
"What do you think you're doing showing up looking like that? I don't pay you to look like you're hungover. For God's sake, drink some coffee and get to work."
"Sorry, Mark," I said as I moved to get some coffee. I stepped behind the counter to find my apron and start the long day that was ahead of me. He's such a jerk, honestly. I turned over and saw my one friend, Jenna, pouring a cup of coffee before she slid it over to me from down the bar. Jenna was the kind of person that anyone could talk to. Everyone who worked at the diner loved her, except for Mark, I suppose, but that's to be expected. She was the only person at the diner who knew I had run away from home, and she stepped in as a sort of mentor. She had helped me learn how to pay my bills and keep the power running in my apartment. She really was the only person in the world I had at that time. "What's got you so tired today? Can't sleep, or something more exciting?" she asked. "Just couldn't sleep. I thought I was getting used to my apartment, but it doesn't look like I really will. Thanks for the coffee, by the way," I replied. She nodded. "New apartments can take some time, especially when you know they've been lived in. I swear I thought my place was haunted for a year before I got over it. I heard creaks everywhere. I almost broke my lease months early." I paused for a moment and sipped my coffee. I hadn't even thought that my apartment could be haunted, but I had no idea anymore. I had never felt anything like that. I didn't really want to ask what I was about to, but I knew I needed to say something. "Did you ever see anything? Or feel anything?" I barely got the words out and started anxiously waiting for her response. "Heavens, no," she replied. "But you know, I am the biggest baby there is. I never would have stayed in that place if I had seen anything. Lord, I don't know why anyone does, really. You should feel safe in your own home, and I..." She stopped speaking abruptly as she noticed me staring wide-eyed at the floor. "Good God, you look like you're about to faint." She walked over and guided me to sit down in the break room in the kitchen. "What happened, Kendall?" she asked as we sat. It was all I could do to hold back the tears as I told her what had happened the night before and showed her my ankle. "Sweet pea, we'll find a place for you. We'll get it sorted out." I started to cry as I nodded my head. I was so relieved to have her help. "It might be a couple of days before we can get you moved, but I bet I can get some of the cooks to help you move. You'll just have a few more nights at the most. Will that be okay?" she asked. I nodded. "I can do a few more. I'll just try to stay busy. Thank you so much." I hugged her and she handed me a damp towel to wipe my face. "We had better get back out there before Mark notices," she said. I smiled as we both got up and went back to work. Halfway through the day, one of the other waitresses called out sick, and I took up her shift. It was a long day, but I was glad to have something to keep me busy. I moved a little slower all day because of my ankle, but I still managed to get everything done well enough. I got back to my apartment more tired than I had been the night before, which I was glad for this time because it meant I had a shot of sleeping a little. I kicked my shoes off, turned to the bed, and just stared at it for what felt like an hour before finally decided to just sleep on the rug next to the bed. I grabbed one of the pillows and blankets and settled down on the floor, just praying I would sleep a little. I shouldn't have even tried. It wasn't long before I woke up just as I'd done the night before, stuck and staring into the darkness. I wasn't on my back this time though. I was on my side, facing the bed. I started to panic immediately as I looked at the dark lump underneath my bed. It was large, but still fit under the bed. I started to squint at it as I started to make out what it was. A body of a man. The body was on its back, but the face was turned towards me. He was older, with aging pale skin and dim eyes that lay open and staring back at me. His hair was dark and matted, and matched his bushy beard. His eyes are what scared me the most. There was no life in them, no hint of movement or light to suggest anything behind them. The man in front of me was dead. I started to cry as I laid on my side without being able to move or even scream. All I could do was lay there and stare at the body under my bed. So I did, and to my horror, I watched as it started to move. The man slowly started to turn over in jerky movements, as though he were fighting the rigor mortis. Eventually, he had turned over to his stomach, but his dead eyes stared at me as he moved. I was crying uncontrollably. I shouldn't have come back here. I should have stayed on the street. Anywhere but here. I couldn't change that now. All I could do was watch as the man started to crawl towards me, dragging his head on the ground as he moved. He got right to my face, so close that I could feel the hairs on my face stand on end as I became cold to my bones. I fought everything inside me that was telling me I wasn't dreaming, but I gave in as the man pushed me to my back and crawled on top of me. I thought I would have woken up or been able to move like I had the night before, but I remained frozen, and I just stared up at the dead gray eyes now hanging above mine. Everything in me wanted to scream, but those muscles were frozen too, and I could only stay still as the tears rolled down to the floor beneath me. I thought it must be over soon, but I was wrong. The man lifted himself from above me and started to scratch at me with wild motions. It felt like 100 knives ripping down my neck and arms as he continued to stare at me with his huge gray eyes. There was not expression on his face as he tore at me, only the dead stare which he always had. It went on for what felt like hours as he scratched deeper and deeper into my arms. Soon I started to feel something hot on my arm, running off and onto the floor. It was my blood. I still couldn't move, but I watched as the man now moved off of me and crawled back under the bed to the position I had found him in before. He had accomplished whatever purpose he set out to do, and now I was bleeding out on the floor. I was staring at the ceiling now, but I still saw those cold gray eyes staring at me from the side. I fought everything in me, which was not telling me to fall back asleep, but I could only fight for so long, and the room started to go completely dark. I couldn't stay awake any longer, and I fell asleep while the man stared at me. "Kendall?" It was almost a whisper, but it kept getting louder. "Kendall, wake up! Kendall? Oh, thank God." My eyes fluttered open to see Jenna standing beside me in a bright room. I blinked, trying to get used to the light, and sit up. "Oh no, honey, just take it slow, okay?" Jenna said, as she gently pushed me back in the bed. It took a few minutes, but I slowly became acclimated to the room around me. "What happened?" I asked in barely a whisper. Jenna started to get choked up. "Well, after you told me yesterday, when you didn't show up to work on time, I ran to your apartment to make sure you were okay." "I bet Mark loved that," I said. Jenna smirked. "I had to get your landlord to open the door. You never responded. And then I found you," she said as she started to cry. "You were just laying on the floor, and your arms were all, well, shredded. I almost couldn't take it. I thought you were dead for sure. But you're a fighter. I knew you were." She reached out and took my hand. We were lucky that the hospital had your blood type. You lost so much last night. You were so pale. She took a breath to compose herself. We are going to be okay now. I went ahead and had Mikey and Jake from the diner take your stuff to my place, so you can stay on the couch until we find you a place. I'm sorry I didn't think of it sooner. I started sobbing as I grasped her hand tighter. It's okay, thank you. It was all I could manage to say at the moment, but it could never fully reflect my gratitude for her and my relief to get out of that place. We sat for a minute, just thankful to have the moment to ourselves. Oh, Jenna started. One other thing you should know. She looked as if she didn't want to say anything at all. Mikey told me that you should know, and I know you deserve to know after everything, but it's not easy to hear. I nodded and braced myself for whatever she would say next. Mikey and Jake started to move your bed out and pulled up the rug, but they found something and decided it would be best to leave both behind. It's okay. They weren't even mine, I said. What did they find? Jenna didn't look surprised when she found out they weren't mine, as she sighed before she answered. They found a stain in the hardwood under the rug. Do they know what it's from? I asked. Jenna nodded solemnly. It's from a body, Kendall. My heart dropped when she said it, but I couldn't say I was surprised, not with everything that had happened. The last tenant died in the apartment, and they didn't find him until the neighbors started to smell his body. Evidently, he was a very nice neighbor to begin with. Someone had come in and killed him about a year ago. The body was far enough gone that it stained the hardwood under the bed. Did they say what he looked like? I muttered. He was older, with dark hair, a beard, pale skin, but everyone talked about his eyes. Let me guess. They were wildly gray, I said. Jenna nodded. How did you know? It was him, I said. He did this to me. We didn't say anything for a while after that. I guess there isn't much to say when you realize something like that has happened. I was recently diagnosed with automatonophobia. That is a fear of human-looking figures, such as mannequins, wax figures, statues. You get it. The things that look human but are not quite human. Specifically, I have a fear of dolls. I don't mean like the Barbie lineup produced by toy companies, although they give me slight discomfort. I mean old, creepy porcelain dolls. My phobia has become severe enough that I could never allow any kind of dolls into my house, or let my daughter play with them. I'd buy her any toy she'd want, even if it's more meant for boys, but I'd never buy her dolls. Then, suddenly, one got delivered to my house for my daughter's birthday. I found it sitting on the living room couch, staring at me like it had done that night all those years ago. My therapist has suggested that I should write down what happened to me so that I can start my recovery. I'm writing this down not knowing if it's still sitting in the same spot or if it's moving and watching me. The story begins with an old woman who lived in my hometown years ago. She was, as my mom would politely describe her, eccentric. What made her that way was that she was always seen carrying an old antique doll everywhere she went. Sometimes she'd be seen carrying it over her shoulder. Other times, she would push it around in an old, rusty baby carriage. She would be seen around town and her house with her doll, not caring about the stares or the things people would say. Sometimes she would be seen talking to her doll, as if she thought it could talk back. One person described how they heard her yelling at her tiny voiceless companion from her house, as if it had broken some rule. No one believed she had a husband or children, or any living family left to care for her, which explains why it took a couple of weeks before someone found her dead in her house. A kind neighbor came to her property, offering to cut her unkempt lawn and help with much-needed house repairs. Getting no reply after knocking, He opened the unlocked door and found her lifeless in the middle of the floor. I heard she had been found with a look of absolute horror on her face and her hand clutching her chest. The coroner decided she suffered a heart attack, but with no one else with her, she couldn't be taken to the hospital. Her house just outside of town was left empty after she had been moved to the morgue. No one knew what happened to her doll that she carried with her. One day, my friend and I were riding our bikes home after school and decided to check out the old woman's house. It was on the long way back from school. As far as anyone knew, she never willed the property to anyone, and the bank didn't own it either. So there it sat with no one claiming it. But really, who would want it? The structure was a 2-story Bavarian-style house that sat on a large lawn that had grown so out of control that it was rather reminiscent of a small forest with its own ecosystem of plant and wildlife. The house looked like it had been painted white at one point, but weathering and stains had stripped it of its brightness. Vines and moss had taken a foothold on the front wooden porch. All the windows facing us were cracked and even broken. A section of the pointy roof was starting to collapse. With nature seeming to reclaim some lost land, the one thing that seemed out of place was the baby carriage the old woman used. It sat in the front yard, rusted from disuse, leaves gathering in the inside, and tears in the covering. My friend and I looked at the house from the sidewalk. It towered over us as it blocked the afternoon sun from its old pointed rooftop. I knew there was no one inside, but I had a nagging feeling that the house itself was watching us. My friend was recounting to me some rumors that spread about the house after the old woman died. They say her ghost still wanders the house, still talking to the doll, he told me. He also told me how he heard that the doll still sits somewhere in the house. I, meanwhile, kept looking at the house, and a movement caught my eyes. A curtain on the second floor window showed slight movement, but looked like someone had parted it. I told my friend about it, and he just made fun of me for seeing things. I bet you couldn't spend all night in that place, he accused me with a sneer. I could too if I wanted, I protested, always trying to be brave to my friend, for some reason. Sure thing, wuss, he said to me. You know the Back to the Future movies when Michael J. Fox got triggered when someone called him a chicken? Well, for me, being called a wuss was worse. I took him up on his dare, on the condition that I take pictures of the inside, so he knew I wouldn't just run away. Later that night, I waited for my parents to fall asleep before sneaking out of the house. I quietly exited my room and down the hall to the back door, as it was more silent and farther away from my parents' room. I grabbed my bike and rode it out of the neighborhood and eventually outside of town before I reached the old house. It seemed more menacing after dark. The old house was illuminated by the light of the moon. I placed my bike on the sidewalk and made my way to the old structure, observing the window on the second floor. The curtains remained still. I took my first pick of the house. I made my way through the large grass and finally made it to the front porch. My foot leaned on the first step, causing a large creak that echoed through the yard. I pressed forward to the front door. It had an old-fashioned knocker in the middle. It had the shape of an eagle, its wings open in flight. It may have been bronze, but time had rusted it to a dirty brown with chipping paint. I reached for the door handle, and surprisingly, it turned. Weird, I thought. They probably would have locked this door. However, since no one would take this place, why would it be locked? I opened the door to see a darkened entryway. My phone had a flashlight app, so I reached for it immediately to turn it on. The entryway led to a long, dark hallway with an open room at the end of it. The floor was covered in dust and trash. My flashlight had exposed some rats and insects hiding in the filth. The part of the floor that wasn't covered in trash showered a flower-patterned carpet. Its color had long since faded. To my left of the entryway was an ascending staircase. To my right, there was a smaller room that I think was the parlor. The room was empty, aside from some closed windows and furniture that was covered. The floor wasn't as littered in here as it was in the hallway, so I could see another old flower-patterned carpet. The exposed wood was old and splintered. I snapped a few pics on my phone. I walked out of the parlor and back into the entryway. I stood over the middle of the floor. This was supposedly the spot where the old woman was found. The silence of a lifeless house had surrounded me. I pressed forward, down the dark hallway. There were several paintings on the walls. They looked like portraits. The old lady featured frequently in them. After a few steps, I found myself stepping on something hard, yet flexible, as it squished under my shoe. Then, I heard a faint, but very unmistakable high voice say one word below me. Mama. Either the word or voice caused me to freeze in place. I looked below me to see the source of the noise. I found a lonely baby doll lying atop the litter. It had synthetic blonde hair and a dirty pinkish dress. I picked it up to inspect it. It was about the size of my phone. It had dirt and filth covering its face and clothing, its pink dress losing color. The face had suffered the most damage. There was a large tear in its plastic face, the scar showing the hollow inside of the head. I squeezed it again, and it gave out another, Mama. The voice box still operating, but very faint and muffled. I placed the doll back on the floor, after taking another picture of it. Further down the hall I went. The room at the end turned out to be a large kitchen-dining room mix. The stovetop was covered in a layer of dust and grease from never being washed. The table was covered in a white cloth with dirty dishes on top of it. I found another doll sitting in a chair at the end of the table. This one was wearing an old sailor's uniform. It looked more male than the first one I saw in the hallway. I walked to the sink to find pots and pans flooding it. There was a layer of filthy, stagnant water underneath them from the amount of food matter and mold accumulating at the bottom. The pots and pans were never washed, food matter and grease being caked into them. The sink smelled terrible, like as bad as it looked. I took another picture of the room before leaving. Outside the kitchen, I found a closed wooden door. I opened it to find an old, very unclean bathroom. The tub and sink, both of which were supposed to be white, had yellow stain and mold inside the receptacles. The worst thing, however, was that the toilet looked like the stuff of nightmares. Dried fecal matter covered the inside as it was drained of all water. To this day, I can't use anybody else's bathroom without thinking about this mess. I quickly shut the door while trying to keep myself from vomiting from the sight and stench of that bathroom. I stood outside and waited for the feeling of nausea to pass. Then, I heard a sound. The house itself was dead quiet until now, with nobody else but me here, but I could make out the sound of something creaking upstairs in a room above me. I know old houses make noises like creaky floorboards, drafty spaces, and maybe rats in the walls. This, though, sounded deliberate, like there was a rhythm to it. It went back and forth. I walked back down the hallway, toward the staircase, shining my light up to the darkened second floor. The creaking sounded much louder from where I was standing. It was coming from up there. I should have left at that moment and forgot the whole thing, but instead, I pressed upward, trying to be brave. The carpeted stairs made a muffled creaking sound as I climbed up. Total darkness greeted me as I went up further. Not just darkness, but a pitch-black void with no discernible shapes. I reached the top of the stairs and turned my light on to the second floor hallway. This was a lot shorter than the main hall downstairs. There were 3 rooms, with the first 2 being closed. The one to my right was slightly open, and I could hear the creaking coming from in there. I began to tense, and my eyes widened. My heart was thundering in my chest. I was beginning to think that someone was here. Maybe it was some homeless person or junkie who had no other place to go. That didn't seem possible because it looked like there were no signs of anybody living here. I started to have the idea that the old woman's ghost was in the room, waiting for me. I apprehensively approached the open door. I got close enough to peer through the crack in the doorway. I peeked through the crack to see the source of the noise, and my heart felt like it was lurching out of my chest from what I saw. I could only make out the part of the room through the slight opening. I could see the window with the moon shining outside, and an object moving back and forth across my sight as it sat in the front of the window. It looked like an old rocking chair moving on its own, the back facing me. I opened the door to get a better view and make sure my eyes weren't fooling me. Sure enough, it was a rocking chair that still looked in good condition with its smooth wood and paint that didn't peel. As the door opened fully, the rocking chair suddenly stopped, giving some slight swaying as its momentum came to a grinding halt. When it stopped, so did the creaking. I paused, debating whether I should approach the old chair. It looked like no one was sitting in it. How could a rocking chair move on its own? I walked towards the chair, bracing for whoever might be sitting in it. I didn't find a homeless person, a junkie, or a ghost, but it definitely wasn't empty. Another doll. This one was a porcelain doll, about the size of a 5-year-old. It had painted brown hair and painted freckles and dirt covering its face, which was illuminated by the moon. It was dressed in a small suit that had tears in it. I wanted to take a picture of it. I reached for my phone, but when I turned the camera on, the image kept getting fuzzy no matter how hard I adjusted it. Finally, I went in to inspect it. It was the creepiest thing I had ever seen. Its pale blue eyes, though motionless, seemed to have followed my face. The doll was utterly motionless. I thought there was no way that it could have moved the chair on its own. I poked it to feel what it was made of. The torso was stuffed with cotton or feathers. The porcelain head was the only thing that had any weight to it. Still not enough to move the rocking chair the way it moved. I decided to check out the rest of the room, trying to put that creepy doll out of my mind. This looked like a playroom. There were games all around, more toys than I've ever seen, and books filling a whole shelf. It looked like this room hadn't been used in years. To the far side was an old dresser with a mirror attached to it. The wood was painted a dark blue, but may as well have been black for the minimal amount of light in here. The mirror was covered in a thick layer of dust, like it had snow all over the glass. I took my hand to wipe the surface of the dust. The room was a lot clearer in the mirror now. Then my eyes turned back to the rocking chair, and I froze, fear coursing like an electric charge through my nervous system. My body became covered in goosebumps, and my hairs standing straight up. There's no way it should have moved. There's no reason for it to move its head to face me, but that's exactly what it did. Its head turned to my direction to look in the mirror. Its reflection was looking back at me. I quickly turned around, the doll now directly facing me. The face seemed to have changed into a glare, as if it considered me an intruder in its world. Then I saw it moving again. The rocking was slight at first, and silent. Then, as the momentum picked up, the creaking came back as the legs rocked across the rickety floor. This was the part when I decided to get the hell out of there. I looked to the open door to see how far it was. Only a few feet, but it may as well have been a whole mile. I moved my eyes back to the doll, making sure it didn't do anything else. As I got closer to the door, I got farther out of the doll's sight. Maybe I could leave without it moving, or at least I thought I could, until the chair turned around, creating a loud screech that reverberated through the room. The doll looked directly at me again. I hurried out of the room and slammed the door behind me, shoving my body weight against the door to keep it barricaded. My heart pounded as adrenaline and fear circulated in my blood. Sweat covered my forehead as my body heated up. I felt like I must run, but fear wouldn't let me. I was trying to recuperate when I heard the jiggling of rusted metal coming from my side. The doorknob. It was trying to open the door. It was unsuccessful at opening, but that's what it was trying to do. It continued for a few seconds before it stopped completely. I took the chance and got out of there. I ran down the stairs, nearly tripping on the final steps as I ran to the door. It was blocked by another porcelain doll, sitting in the entryway. This doll had a clown face with a hobo outfit. Fear had kept me from moving or kicking the doll aside to run out. My panic spiked again as I heard the door from upstairs open, and the sound of tiny footsteps were running down the stairs towards me. I had to hide, but where? I frantically searched the darkened room for anywhere to hide. I found one door straight ahead as I peered through the darkness. I bolted for it and slammed the door behind me, pressing my head to the wood. I couldn't hear the footsteps. Silence. Sweet silence. I resolved to calm down and then find a way out. I turned my back to the door and turned on my light to see the room I was in. True terror filled my being as I tried to scream, but it ended up being caught in my throat. More dolls. Shelves and shelves of them. Various sizes, designs, and colors. This was a whole storage room full of them. They were all in various states of disrepair. Some were missing eyes, limbs, or heads. Others were covered in dirt and filth. The biggest one was another clown doll in orange clothes and blue hair with black eyes in front of me. I checked each of them until movement caught my eye. One of them turned its head toward me. Then another. Then one with no eyes started looking at me. Then they were all looking at me. I ran out of the room to find some escape. I didn't remember seeing any other door going outside while exploring, so that left only the front door, which has the clown doll sitting in front of it. With no other way, I ran to my only exit, picked up the doll, and threw it so hard I heard it break into pieces as I bolted out of the entryway and into the front yard. I got to my bike in no time and rode off. I swear I heard multiple footsteps behind me. I rode so fast I felt like I was flying, never once slowing down to catch my breath. I didn't stop until I reached the stoplight on my block, and then decided to brave one look behind me. Nothing. I wasn't followed by anything. I rode back to the safety of my house and locked myself in my room all night, always peering through the curtains. Daylight didn't come fast enough. I never spoke to my friend after that night, and I did not want to be around dolls for any length of time. I also avoided that house completely until the day it got demolished. Hopefully, so was everything inside of it. Even with that, I still had a sense of paranoia that one of those dolls would find me and show up at my doorstep. It turned out, one of them did. It was my daughter's 8th birthday. A package came with her name on it, but no return address. It did have a plain card on it with only 2 words, "Happy Birthday." She opened it up to reveal the same doll from the room upstairs all those years ago. Its appearance cleaner than before, looking brand new in fact. Seeing that doll sent me right into an anxiety attack so bad, I locked myself for 2 days in our bedroom. My wife, who used to find my fear of dolls amusing, now showed genuine concern for me. She told our daughter to keep the doll in her room. I never saw it do anything after that, making me think that I had probably hallucinated the whole thing. Maybe, if it weren't for one thing. I installed a nanny cam in our daughter's bedroom, and I keep as close an eye on it as I can. It'll usually be facing the wall, but whenever I turn my gaze away, even for a split second, its head turns towards the camera, looking at me through the other side of the lens. My name is Jacob Evans. I work for a large pharmaceutical company. If you're reading this, if this account survives, then something has happened to me. This is my last confession, and I want one thing To be perfectly clear, there's a reason the dead don't come back. No matter how much you want your loved ones back to life, trust me, you are better off letting them rest in peace. I brought my wife back from the dead, and I regret what I did. I'll get to the point. My company has made a product that is supposed to restore brain and respiratory activity in dead subjects. I have seen it work in lab rats and other animals. To my knowledge, they did begin human trials, but I was never able to see any records. It was around this time that I was unsuccessfully able to check the reports that I got the news that my wife got into a car wreck. She had been rammed by an oncoming vehicle going twice or 3 times the speed limit. I tried to get to the hospital as quickly as I could, but I was too late. She had been declared dead just minutes before I got there. I had demanded to see her. Reluctantly, they showed her to me, and the damage she had suffered through. Shards of glass could be found in her chest, her face, as well as her eyes. Her torso had been covered in bruises. The biggest wound was a gash going across her skull where a loose piece of metal had impaled her head. The large wound had exposed her skull and brain. It had been the toughest day for me when I buried my wife. She had been the best thing that ever happened to me, and I couldn't let her go. After burying her, I asked my coworker and friend about human testing on reanimation. He had been working closely with them. He couldn't tell me anything, as he signed a disclosure agreement. With no one able to tell me anything, I decided to take matters into my own hands. Before leaving work, I had managed to take a sample with me without being caught. The sample was an inky black substance with the consistency of watery mud. The smell it gave off was the mixture of smoke and tar fumes. Stealing the sample was somehow the easy part, despite putting myself in all kinds of trouble for it. The hardest part, at least physically, was going to the cemetery after dark to exhume my wife's body. It was a quiet street that night and far away from any house, so I could sneak my wife out of there without being noticed. I drove us back to the house and I carried her down to the basement, which now served as the personal lab. I strapped my wife to the cold steel table with a single light bulb shining above her, the light reflecting off of her pale body. I hooked up an IV bag full of the concoction to her arm. I also hooked up an EEG monitor to watch for a sign of brain activity, as well as a heart monitor. The only other piece of equipment that I had on hand was a defibrillator to restore heart activity. I began the procedure by injecting the liquid into her veins. Slowly but surely, it made its way into her bloodstream until the bag emptied. I took the defibrillator and tried to restore my wife's heartbeat. No signs on the EEG monitor. I had continued this for minutes, and eventually hours, alternating between jump-starting her heart and giving CPR. 3 hours had passed. No sign of life could be detected, no matter how much I tried. My efforts were rewarded with the unresponsive corpse of my wife, total exhaustion and despair. In my exhausted state, I went back upstairs into my lonely bedroom and collapsed onto the mattress. Sleep overcame me in an instant. I woke up to the sound of a metallic clang coming from the kitchen, followed by the sound of boxes dropping to the floor. Sluggishly, I got out of bed to investigate the noise and made my way to the kitchen. Switching on the light had exposed pots and open cereal boxes on the floor. The sound of dry cereal crunching underneath my feet echoed through what I thought was an empty house. The next room was the living room, darkened with no lights on. I walked through the kitchen, making sure not to step on dried cornflakes and Captain Crunch. There were no discernible shapes in the living room, except for the furniture in the window. I reached for the light switch. My wife was sitting on the sofa in a slouched position, still in the dress she was buried in. She didn't acknowledge the light turning on. I was overjoyed seeing my wife alive. I walked to her, meeting her at eye level, to get her attention. I called her name, but she didn't respond. I gently nudged her, and she finally met my eyes, the gash in her skull still visible to me. There were two things that caught my attention as she looked at me. First, the smell of decomposition and soil wafted heavily in the air. I could taste it. The smell seemed to have contaminated the air around her. The second detail I noticed was that my wife's eyes didn't have the lovely shine they did before. Instead, they were just two dull black holes devoid of any light. I asked her to say something, and the only response she could give was a deep, moaning sound, deeper than her sweet voice used to be. I decided to ignore all of this and helped my wife to the bathroom so I could bathe her. I washed her, attempting to wash the foul odor off her body. Her joints were stiff, her hand and forearm curling upwards. She needed some help getting in and out of the tub. Her body was cold all over, like ice. Her hair was a tangled mess of dry blood. Her wound didn't heal. She was silent the whole time I bathed her. After her bath, I took her to bed with me. I couldn't get the stench off of her. I wanted to give her a kiss goodnight, but the smell was overpowering and stopped me from getting close. So I quietly turned around so I wouldn't have to smell her. As far as I could tell, she was still lying on her back, staring at the ceiling. I want to say that things went well after that. I want to be able to say she turned back into the woman I fell in love with. I want to say we had our happily ever after. I want to say that, but I can't. No, things didn't get better after that. In fact, things only got worse. I would find her sitting with her vacant expression at random spots throughout the house. When she did move, it was an awkward walk, like a choppy animation. Her limbs were still stiff with rigor mortis. Sometimes she'd be in our backyard, looking at nothing. The police had come to my house to question me about my wife's gravesite. They told me her grave was dug up and her body was missing from the casket. When I answered them, there was a loud clatter coming from the basement. I told them sometimes my cat makes a mess of things around the house. The police took my statement and left while I checked downstairs. My wife had destroyed the equipment I used to resurrect her. She was also hard to feed. If I was trying to feed her, she would refuse anything I offered. I also bathed her every night, trying to get the smell off her. It never did. If she ever spoke, it would be her groans and grunts. Those were the days I could handle her. As the days passed, her behavior became more erratic. Later, I would start to find broken dishes and glass all over the place. The frames of our wedding pictures were busted. Not as disturbing as when I found her carving a scar on her cheek with a piece of our mirror. And that damn smell of death hung around everywhere she was, including on our furniture. It stuck there no matter how long I scrubbed it. One night, I was trying to feed her, and she was being belligerent. I asked her to please eat something, but she threw the plate of food across the room. I had enough of her acting out, so I left her in our room that night, locking her in like a child, in timeout. I hated myself for doing it, but I needed a break. Plus, I just wanted one night of not being around that foul odor of rotting flesh. She was in there all night, moving around and clawing at the walls while I heard her noises from the sofa. She made a new noise that night. Not her groans and grunts. She was laughing, which was more like a high-pitched cackling that caused me to feel nausea at the unnatural tone. I went to work the next day to get answers from my work friend. I told him everything I did and everything that happened. He responded with a look of absolute horror. That was when he told me what happened during human trials, despite his promise of never revealing the details. The subjects were a mix of convicts who died behind bars and psychiatric patients who likewise died. While the concoction did reanimate dead subjects, they displayed unusual side effects, ranging from unresponsiveness to violent tendencies. Even those who were otherwise considered non-violent in life had started attacking others unprovoked. Sometimes they even injured themselves, like my wife did. Another side effect, which matched my wife completely, was the constant smell of decomposing flesh around them. All subjects were deemed malfunctional and euthanized, and everyone on the project was either fired or signed disclosure agreements. The records of human trials were sealed away. This, he told me, is what I had to do to set things right. He gave me a glass vial of potassium chloride, enough to stop my wife's heartbeat. I left, dumbfounded. How could I kill my own wife? I had returned home to find my wife breaking another mirror in our bedroom. She turned to me with eyes that were once lifeless, but now filled with intense, homicidal rage. She screamed at me and charged at me with a large piece of glass. The poison I had in my hand dropped to the floor, and the glass vial broke upon impact. I fled the room while she chased me as fast as she could, on her stiff limbs. She was still surprisingly quick. I ran all around the house trying to give her the slip, but she was always on my tail. I tried going out the backyard and moving the patio furniture to block her way. It gave me a little time, and I took it. I sneaked back in through the front door and found a hiding spot in our storage closet, which is where I am right now, recording this last message. I understand why the dead aren't supposed to come back. It's a traumatizing experience to forcefully come back when you're supposed to rest in peace. I should have left my wife in peace. Now, my wife. No, I have to stop calling that thing my wife. It was never her. That thing is stalking the house looking for me. Each time she passes the closet, I fear she has found me, but moves on, clutching the large piece of glass. If this recording survives, I want everyone to know, let your loved ones rest in peace. I should have, but I was too selfish. I broke the natural order, and now I'm going to pay the price. It's outside the door. It knows where I am. The door is opening. I'm sorry, honey. I'm sorry for what I did. Please forgive me. God help. For as long as I can remember, I have been told psychology was in my blood. Every Blackstone from the past 6 generations have all been psychologists. I think my parents thought for a moment that I would be the Blackstone that would break that tradition. Both of them were titans in their field. My mother, a published author who was among the first to study PTSD in preschool-aged children, and my father, an award-winning psychologist who established one of the largest inpatient psychiatric hospitals in the state. I, however, never had any interest in continuing in my parents' footsteps. Growing up, I pictured myself in the arts or doing something creative. I never seemed to fit in and always felt more comfortable around the outcasts at school. It really wasn't until my senior year of high school that I began to see what psychology meant to my family and how important it was that our legacy continue. So after years of studying, followed by years of hard work and building professional experience, I finally earned a spot on staff at my father's hospital. At first, it was hard living up to his legacy. Everyone always expected nothing but perfection from a Blackstone in the psychology field. But after a few years, I was able to step out of my father's shadow, and he retired, leaving me to set and raise the expectations of our family name. "Excuse me, Amanda? I mean, Dr. Blackstone?" a nurse said as she peeked into my office. I sighed, lifting my head up from my laptop, and tucked a stray strand of red hair behind my ear. Why does this woman never seem to knock before she just barges into my office? I cleared my throat and met her eyes. "Yes?" She stuttered nervously for a moment and looked away. It was amazing how after 2 weeks on the job, she still couldn't look me in the eye. I was told to come find you. There is a patient on the way, with special instruction to be seen by you only. I nodded and closed my laptop as I stood to my feet. It was likely one of my returned patients that was coming back with some sort of relapse. Sadly, I had seen far too many patients leave seemingly recovered and well medicated to only come back within days or weeks because they can't make it out in the real world. I silently picked up my large black notebook that I took with me whenever I saw a patient and gestured to the nurse to lead on. After 4 hallways and an elevator 2 floors down, we passed by the guard station to a secured section of the hospital where many of our worst patients stay. I didn't have many patients in Ward B. I didn't have the kind of extensive experience some of the other doctors at the hospital had, and my father once told me that I was still at the part of my career where I could be more easily manipulated by the true psychotic masterminds that frequented these rooms. To have one of my previous patients end up on this floor was bad. My blue eyes darted around anxiously, making note of my surroundings and who was nearby. We stopped at a door and the nurse stepped back, looking at me like a lost child. I peered through the small window to determine who was in there, but all I could see was a small, petite figure with short, dirty red hair, facing the corner of the room. "Who is she?" I asked. The nurse stuttered again, which only made me frustrated. "Where is the file?" I asked, this time with a more stern tone. "There is none," she replied. It took me a moment to process what she was saying. "What do you mean there's no file? Is the computer system down?" "No, doctor. I mean I can't find one," she responded. I grew more frustrated and my voice began to raise. "Then why did you bring me here if she isn't one of my patients? If she's new, get the doctor on call for this ward." "I'm sorry, Dr. Blackstone, but when they brought her in, she said she had seen you and asked for you by name. I tried to pull up her records, but she wouldn't give me her name. So I thought maybe I could bring you here, and you'd remember her. They checked for ID, but she had none." I crossed my arms over my chest and leaned in closer to the door, still unable to see her face. "Go back and talk to whoever brought her in. See if you can find any other information, and come back. I want to know everything about what brought her here and why she is in this ward." The nurse nodded and quickly walked away, scrambling past the guards further down the hall. As I watched her disappear from view, I entered a code into the door and slowly opened it. I cleared my throat to ensure she heard me enter, but she did not look up from the corner she faced, or even move an inch from her position. "Hello, I'm Dr. Blackstone." "No, you're not," she said in a whisper. I kept my distance as I often do in a room alone with a patient. My eyes glanced to the camera in the corner of the room, knowing a guard could be there in moments if she attacked. "I am," I responded. "I was told by one of the nurses you asked for me. Have you been here before? Do you know where you are?" "I want to see Dr. Blackstone," she whispered angrily. I watched her carefully and took note of her appearance. She was wearing green scrubs, as our patients often do, to ensure they are not hiding any weapons in their clothing. But her skin was so caked in dirt, it was difficult to determine any features on her face. However, even with how unclean she was, there was still something familiar about her. "What's your name?" I asked. She slammed her palm hard against the wall and growled. "I want to see Dr. Blackstone." Her fingers began to bleed from the force to the wall, and a guard quickly rushed in, grabbing a hold of her, twisting her bloodied hand behind her. She screamed and resisted. For a moment, our eyes met, and I froze. She smiled with a mouth of half-rotted teeth back at me as she collapsed to the floor before another guard entered the room to take a hold of her, but she no longer resisted. I felt like I lost my breath and backed out of the room, going into the hallway. Her hair may have been different, and her face may have been hidden behind dirt and grime, but her eyes, they were the same eyes I saw every day when I looked in the mirror. I leaned against a wall and tried to piece together what was happening as the nurse came rushing back into the hall with a folder. "Dr. Blackstone, I think I found something. It's old, not even in our electronic files. I quickly snatched the file from her and opened it. There were pages and pages of handwritten notes, all in my father's familiar penmanship. I looked back inside the room at the lifeless creature on the ground that was now wrapped up in a jacket to protect her from hurting herself again. She laid the side of her head on the ground as the guard stepped away and walked outside the room and locked her inside. She saw me peering through the window and smiled again, letting out a haunting laugh, before I quickly turned away and brought the folder close to my chest. Don't let anyone else in there, do you understand? She's dangerous, and I don't want any other doctors seeing her right now. The nurse and guards nodded as I nervously rushed away, making my escape to the elevator before I opened up the folder in my hands. Who is this woman? I asked myself as I tried to scan through page after page of notes written by my own father, starting from 1983, the year I was born, to 2001, the year I graduated high school. For some reason, the notes just stopped there, which seemed very odd for a long-term mental patient. Did this person, whoever she was, move away? Did she suddenly disappear? As the elevator doors opened, I stepped out into the hall and back to my office, flipping through pages in the folder, and as I opened my door, I looked up to see my father standing beside my desk. Dad, what are you doing here this time of night? It's 1 a.m. Something inside of me knew he was here because of whoever this patient was down in Ward B. He moved behind me quietly, closing my office door, and gestured for me to sit, eyeing the folder in my hands. I couldn't help but feel on edge. I loved and trusted my father, but what was he hiding? As I sat down behind my desk, I clutched the file closer to my chest. He frowned as he moved next to me and leaned on the edge, his tall, slim figure towering over me. It still frightened me the same way that it did when I was little and getting ready to be punished. We sit in silence for what felt like eternity, but in reality was only a few moments. Finally, he spoke. What is it that you think you found here? He gestured to the folder. I looked down. I had hardly any chance to read it before he showed up here, but I didn't want to give anything away until I knew what he was up to. Looks like a simple patient file to me, someone who was in your care for a long time. He smirked, like he often did when he caught me in a lie. You know, there is no point in playing games here. Your mother and I have always known this day would come. I just wish I could have been here first to explain things before you just dove in and read about things you just can't understand. I looked up, meeting his eyes. And what is that supposed to mean? He laughed. Oh, I love that spark in you. It's going to be very useful in this situation. Won't you let me explain before you just jump to judgment? I am your father after all. I looked down and collected my thoughts for a moment. He's my dad. He would never hurt me. I've grown up with this man my entire life, and he has never laid a finger on me, not even a spanking when I was a child. I laid the folder on the desk. All right, go on, explain. He stood to his feet and began to pace, as he often did when trying to work through a problem, thinking silently to himself for a few moments before starting. I guess let's start from the beginning. 37 years ago, your mother and I, two fresh-faced, naive newlyweds, had just recently graduated med school and were ready to take on the world. However, that all suddenly stopped when we found out she was pregnant. I rolled my eyes silently. I had heard this story 100 times. What does this have to do with anything? He held his hand up to silence me before continuing. It was a difficult time. Your mother had a difficult time being taken seriously in the field. I was still trying to live up to my father's name. Your grandfather wasn't as supportive as I was, and just when we thought it couldn't possibly get any more difficult, it happened. He paused, almost hesitating to continue. I threw up my hands and leaned back in my chair. What? He met my eyes and walked toward me. We had our first sonogram and discovered we were having twins. I looked up at him, confused. He took my silence as an opportunity to continue. We couldn't afford twins. Not only that, but how would either of us be able to advance our careers with 2 children? It wasn't in our plans, and we never had intended. He trailed off for a moment and looked at me sadly. Your grandfather always believed that each of us had to stand on our own 2 feet without any support from the family. We always had to prove our worth to him, so getting any help from him seemed hopeless, until the NVN project. The NVN project? What are you talking about? I asked. Your grandfather suggested a deal. He would pay one family, one very different from ours, one not so fortunate, to take one of our daughters, and in exchange would help your mother and I. He would make all of our problems just disappear. Of course, at first we said no, but as we got closer and closer to the due date, things just weren't getting any better. Neither of us were able to get steady work, and we just had no choice. He sighed and looked down. So I went back to my father and asked him what I needed to do. He explained that we would take this opportunity to do a long-term private experiment that studied nature versus nurture. So what? You just gave my twin sister away? I can't believe you would do something like this, I yelled. Lower your voice. Do you want the entire hospital to hear you? Let me continue, he replied. No, I've had enough of this. I can't believe you would just give up my sister to some crazy, probably abusive family. And I bet you barely gave these people enough money to survive, right? Because otherwise it might taint your little experiment. Your sister isn't the one we gave away, my father replied. You were. I clenched my fists and stood up from my seat. Now you're going too far. Stop playing games, Dad. He moved slowly toward me. Each year we would check in with the other family and pay them a small amount of money for their participation and silence. It was difficult seeing you there. They obviously weren't using the money to take care of you, and they already had 5 of their own children. I don't think they treated you very well. He shook his head, for a moment almost looking ashamed. Eventually we began to realize we made a mistake, but it wasn't until you were both in high school that we decided that we had to get you out of this situation. I looked down, trying to gather my thoughts. I had no memory of being anywhere else or any other life. I closed my eyes tightly, trying to think through the last 20 years of my life. How could my entire past be gone like that and replaced with someone else's memories? When you came to us, it was tough at first, but you began to disassociate yourself from that previous life and eagerly take on any new good memories we had to offer. It made no sense. How could my entire life be a sham? How could none of my memories from childhood be real? Every birthday, every Christmas, every family vacation, 17 years of my life never happened? And then it clicked. Something inside of me changed when I turned 17. I was once a creative, artistic outcast that had not a single interest in continuing in my parents' footsteps, and suddenly that all changed. Why? You didn't do this for me, I replied, slamming my hand on my desk. You did this for you. That girl, my sister, didn't live up to your high standards for a Blackstone, so you just traded her in for a new one that you could manipulate and twist into the perfect daughter. He looked at me. His once apologetic and sad expression quickly turned into one of anger. I saved you. Do you see that woman in that padded cell downstairs? That could have been you. Do you expect me to be grateful? I screamed. You separated me from my only sibling and treated us like lab rats. We are people. We are your daughters. His eyes widened and he patted his hands down. Shh, calm down. We can figure this out. We can fix this. Fix it? I replied. There's no fixing this. Did you see my sister? You have destroyed her. She is in complete psychosis. He nodded and began to pace again. But she's in this hospital and she knows everything. She could easily tell anyone what has happened here. I shrugged. And? What do I care if your little secret comes out? They are your secrets too, he replied. Do you know what this would do to your career if people found this out? To your life? Do you think your friends, your colleagues, your fiancé would ever look at you the same? Derek, I whispered to myself. He would understand. He knows me better than anyone. But then I began to wonder, who am I really? Almost my entire life is a lie. I barely know myself. How can I expect anyone else to? And what do you expect me to do, Father? Just lock her away forever like some kind of monster? She's a human being.
Go talk to her.
He moved to my desk and grasped the folder, putting it on top of my black notebook.
You'll know what to do.
He then put my fountain pen on top of the folder. It was a graduation gift when I finally became a doctor, and was engraved, Dr. Blackstone.
Remember who you are,
he said. I thought to myself silently and collected my thoughts. I owed it to her to at least talk to her. I nodded and picked up the folder, notebook, and pen. Don't follow me. I don't think she will respond well seeing you. He nodded in agreement.
I'll stay here. You go, and let me know how it goes.
I glanced back at him, and it was as if I was looking at a stranger. I turned and walked back to the elevator, again going to Ward B to visit the woman who had my face, my eyes, my past. I walked past the guards as they nodded, watching me look through the tiny window that looked into my sister's cell. She hadn't moved an inch from where I left her, still strapped to a jacket and still on the floor, her face pressed to the floor. I took a deep breath and punched in my code, entering the room. I looked down at her, but she didn't respond, so I crouched down and gently moved her up. She didn't resist and allowed me to move her in a sitting position. I needed to see her face and look for something, anything, that remained of this person, my sister. She opened her eyes and met mine. This woman was my sister, a sister I never even knew existed. My mind still struggled to understand what and who I was looking at. "So you've come to visit, sister?" she whispered to me. I took a deep breath. It hadn't occurred to me that she would be lucid enough to know who I am. She smiled softly and tilted her head as she stared back at me. "I see our parents have treated you well. Nice hair, nice clothing, nice life." It took me a moment to find my words. My mind couldn't comprehend what was going on or believe what I was seeing. I stared at her for a moment, trying to think of the right words to say. "What happened to you?" She frowned and shrugged her shoulders. "They didn't want me. I didn't fit their perfect little family, their perfect little plan." She stood up. I instinctively stood up with her, unsure of what she might do next. She moved her head toward my shoulder and attempted to scratch her nose against my jacket. My intuition told me that she was harmless and that she didn't deserve to be here. So I unstrapped the jacket and freed her hands. She nodded. "Thanks." She scratched her nose and neck and eyed me up again. I was lucky. I didn't grow up with them. I looked at her, confused. She smirked at my unawareness. "Henry, Judith, your parents, or whatever you want to call them." She scrunched up her nose and looked down to the floor. "I only had to deal with them until I was 18. But you had them as mom and dad for the first 17 years of your life. And I can't even imagine dealing with them as a defenseless child." I closed my eyes for a moment, trying to picture these people. For a moment, I could see them, and the feelings began to all flood back. Fear, pain, helplessness, hunger, anger, hopelessness. The abuse and torture they inflicted on me made my younger years terrifying, and I began to understand why it was so easy for me to forget. She frowned as she looked at me, her face washed with sympathy. "Don't let them control you, Danielle. We were forced into this by 4 evil people who didn't deserve to be parents." My eyes shot up and I stared at her. "What did you call me?" She chuckled and twirled around. "That's your name, silly. You're Danielle, and I am Amanda." She suddenly dropped to her knees and grabbed my legs. "Danielle, you have to get me out of here. I'm your sister. You know this isn't right, what they did to me. Don't let them find me. Don't let those people find me." "Stop calling me that," I yelled and tried to push her off of me. "But that's your name. And now that you're here, you can take your life back and I can take mine." It's been 20 years. Now it's my turn. She smiled and looked up at me, and I felt a rush of pure hatred and disgust. Did she think she was going to trade places with me like some kind of movie? Get off of me, I screamed. She laughed and jumped to her feet. She twirled around again like a child that had just found out they had gotten a puppy for Christmas. Beaming with happiness, she continued to chant Danielle over and over again. I pleaded for her to stop again, but she refused, her chants only growing louder. I don't know what I was thinking or what came over me, but I needed her to stop. I needed her to be gone. So I uncapped my pen and raised my hand, stabbing her in the neck. She screamed, and I raised my hand again and again, stabbing her in the face. She tried to fight me, but she was weaker than me. Her bloodied hands grabbed at me, covering me with blood. As her face dropped to the ground, I dropped the pen and stared at the disfigured face in front of me. Just as I stepped away, 2 guards came rushing in.
What happened?
They yelled as they scooped her up, trying to determine if she was still alive. I don't know, I stuttered, in shock of what I just did. One of the guards looked down at the bloodied pen on the ground.
Did she take your pen? Did this crazy woman do this to herself?
I nodded slowly. I don't know what happened. Suddenly there's just blood everywhere. One of the guards radioed for help as the other looks me over, covered in blood.
You better get to the infirmary and make sure you didn't get hurt. We'll take care of this and come get you.
I nodded again and slowly made my way out of the door as 2 more guards came rushing in. I stumbled into the elevator and pushed the button back to my office. As I slowly made my way back to where I left my father, I could see him waiting patiently at my desk. He seemed unfazed by the blood covering my clothing and hands. He leaned forward, placing his hands on the desk.
You did it. The problem is taken care of?
I nodded silently, unsure of what to say or how else to respond.
Good girl. I knew I could count on you.
I dropped to the seat in front of the desk and stared down at the blood on my hand. My sister's blood. A flood of memories began to flood back in my mind. Every moment of every day that told me how worthless and unwanted I was. It all came back to me, and I felt nothing except pure resentment and anger. For 17 years I faced the horrors these people inflicted on me, and I was never going back to that kind of life, ever again.
Now, let's get you home.
He stood up and went to my side, offering his hand. I reluctantly grasped it and allowed him to lead me out of the office, feeling completely numb from the inside out. As I followed him to the elevator, I could see 3 guards gathered around several monitors. As the elevator doors opened, I could see them rewinding back through camera feeds, obviously trying to figure out what happened in that room with my sister. I tensed up and my father grasped my arm.
I'll take care of it,
he whispered as he pulled me into the elevator. I didn't know how or what he would do, but I somehow trusted that he would take care of it, because if he didn't, he knew what I was capable of. In fact, I think he was counting on it since the day my worthless sister left this family and I began my new, better life as Amanda Blackstone. And he'd better never forget it. The orange glow of the sunset began to disappear behind the horizon. The sounds of nature dwindled into silence. Not even a snapping twig decided to be. The surrounding air grew cool, welcoming in the warmth of the summer. My thoughts were interrupted by my father's sudden grasp on my shoulder. It's almost time. I smiled at his statement. It was indeed almost time. I was always excited towards the dusk of Saturday nights, especially this night. We had just finished cleaning up after my 16th birthday party. My mother walked my best friend Gina home. Her parents were more strict than mine. My father wanted to be certain I would have the best party this year. The last of the sunlight was swallowed up by the mountain range in the distance. My body began to tingle in excitement. I closed my eyes in preparation for what came next. All I heard for a few seconds was mine and my father's breathing. A low hum flooded into my ears. I tried in the past to find the source of this sound, always failing to. The hum continued for a minute before the sounds joined it. The coordinated sounds of many instruments joined in unison. Each new sound took its turn as they all came together, forming such a beautiful song I have never heard before. A tear ran down my cheek as I absorbed all of what graced my ears. It was as if an orchestra of music was performed for me on my special day. I was entranced by each note, enraptured with every chord. I barely felt time flow by as quickly as it had. Within minutes, the song had faded into silence, only to be replaced by the sounds of nature once more. Every Saturday I heard the music. It was never the same. My father confirmed this as well. Our home was passed down from my grandparents to my father. My family had owned this house since our ancestors moved here, passing it down the generations, renovating it every couple of decades. I must have fallen while hypnotized. I remember my father picking me up, cradling me in his arms. He carried me into bed and wished me good night. I dreamed of absolute bliss, reliving the music in my subconscious mind. I awoke to birds chirping outside my window. The sun's hike had almost reached the peak of the mountain. The scent of bacon and syrup had graced my nostrils, causing me to jump out of bed. I raced to the kitchen, finding my mother just finishing up a stack of pancakes and bacon for her, my father, and I. I started with a few of each, smothered them in butter and syrup. My stomach would regret this later, but I would let my tongue enjoy it. A half hour had passed by the time we had finished cleaning up after breakfast, when the doorbell began to ring. I answered the front door to find Gina. "Hey, wanna go hang out?" Turning around, I saw my mother waving me off with a smile. As we left, I slammed the door behind me out of excitement. "Quick," I said, "let's go before my dad begins to scold us for damaging his 200-year-old house." We spent the morning at the park, shared by the neighborhood. After what felt like a couple of hours, Gina asked me a question that I found strange. "Why is it that only your house has that music?" "What do you mean? I thought all the houses next to the woods could hear it." "Yeah, right. I tried to listen as your mom walked me home last night. I stopped right after I walked off the grass." I didn't know how to answer her. I found it especially strange. "Well, we could always go for a walk in the woods to find out what it is. Didn't your dad forbid you from entering those woods?" She was right. Out of everything my father was overprotective about, those woods were on the top of his list. What he doesn't know won't kill him. "We could head out tonight. I'll just sneak out through my window." Gina looked hesitant for a few seconds before she begrudgingly agreed. We ran about for another hour before I heard her mother calling for her. "I'll knock on your window tonight. Stay awake, okay?" she told me as she ran off. When I got home, my father gave me an earful of treating the house with respect. I pretended to listen as his lecture went in one ear and out of the other. My mind wasn't there until he said I was grounded to my bedroom for a week. I tried to protest, but he wouldn't hear it. I walked with my head towards the ground towards my room. I sat in my bed for a couple of hours when my eyes began to shudder open and close. My head collided with my pillow, causing my body to rest and relax. My slumber was interrupted by being shaken slightly. I opened my eyes to see my father looking at me with disappointment in his eyes. "I'm going to possibly unground you if you sincerely apologize to this house." A smile crept onto his face. "That's it?" I asked, surprised at his generosity. "Yes, but you're still grounded until lunchtime, okay?" He extended his hand towards me. I grasped onto it, giving his hand a firm shake. The wait was long, but worth it in the long run. Once 12 had rolled around, I walked out of my room to the kitchen. A meal had been prepared by my mother, yet my father didn't join us. A few minutes later, I heard him coming inside, quicker than usual, slamming the door behind him. He walked up to me quickly, standing for a few seconds to catch his breath. Deep concern filled his eyes as he spoke firmly and cautiously. "Do you remember where you and Gina went yesterday?" His question confused me for a second. I tried recalling the previous day, remembering hanging out with her. "Yeah, we were at the park for a few hours." "Okay, where did you go after that?" "She walked home after her mom was calling for her." "And you're certain that's what happened?" "Yes, I'm certain. Why are you asking? Did something happen to her?" My mind began to race with the possibilities of what could have been. "Her mother came to me a couple minutes ago. She was in a panic, asking if Gina was here. I told her no. It seems she's been missing since this morning." I recalled what she told me only the day before, about her waiting for me so we could go look in those woods. I knew it wasn't a good idea to tell my father of where I suspected her to be. He looked towards my mom and nodded. Afterward, he left through the front door, letting it slam itself shut. My mom stood up and began to clean up the entire meal she made for us. I barely finished half my plate when she took it from me. I tried to protest, but the look she gave me was of absolute fear. I quickly made myself scarce and left to my bedroom as she continued wordlessly. I began to hyperventilate, trying to catch my breath. I stared at the woods through my window. It felt as though they were calling to me. The sun still held its position at the peak of the sky. I had a few hours of daylight left. At that moment, I would live to regret the decision of going into those woods. I grabbed my jacket, slipped it on quickly. Quietly, I crept to my window, sliding it open slowly to hide any creaks. Creeping outside, I made sure to stay low to avoid my mother's line of sight. Fear and apprehension filled my body as I made my way to the forest's edge. Eventually, I found the line where my lawn ended and the trees began. After a quick breath, I stepped forward. A mighty gust of wind flowed past me once I stepped off my grass. Turning around, my vision was filled by a vast forest. Countless lush green trees as far as I could see. Looking forward again, a path of aged red brick formed a path. Quite a distance away, a very tall wall of hedge stood. Bracing myself for any other possible oddities, I walked forward. The sun had descended quite a distance from atop the sky. The temperature was dropping quicker than I had suspected it would. Looking down the path, only a few more minutes walk away, I saw an arch carved into the hedge. The pathway led through it and into a cage of greenery. I walked a bit slower, a bit fearful of what may have hid behind the wall. I finally walked through the doorway and gasped. Within the outdoor cage was a setup that seemed sophisticated. What graced my eyes were immaculate, pristine white instruments of every kind. Pianos, violins, drums, trumpets. Every instrument was perfect. No speck of dust rested on any surface. No leaf, no forestry remained in the area. It felt otherworldly. The tuning of strings caught me off guard, making me spin towards the far back of the line of music makers. That's when I first noticed a man who had been standing there the entire time. His back was turned towards me. It looked as if he was fiddling with a device. He stopped suddenly, turning back slowly to face me. His face was oddly thin and pale, yet kind. He tilted his head and smiled. "Ah, it seems I have a second visitor. Who are you, young one?" I stuttered a bit. It's Sam." He was a very tall man, very spindly, as if his limbs were made of branches. "Who else was here?" "Oh, it was a young woman. I don't believe I caught her name." "What did she look like?" "Let me see. Blonde hair. Her eyes were very bright green, almost as tall as you." My eyes grew wide. She had come here, and I basically abandoned her by falling asleep. "Did you see where she went? I haven't been able to find her since last night. I'm worried something might have happened to her." "Yes, I did see where she went. Let me think for a minute. While I try and recall, would you tell me what you think of my latest instrument? He turned around and plucked a smooth, shining white violin. He reached for the bow and showed them to me. I studied the craftsmanship of the immaculate musical tool. I looked at the bow. Something peculiar stood out to me. A crack ran down it, almost as if it had been split and put back together. A thought struck my mind. It reminded me of when Gina had broken her arm years ago. I looked closer. My eyes widened as I recognized every detail of the crack. My memory flashed to the X-ray I had seen years ago of Gina's arm. A shudder escaped me. I started to walk backwards, away from the man. His smile never left his face. I turned and began sprinting down the path. The sunlight had almost completely faded into darkness. I kept looking over my shoulder to see the man chasing me, but I never saw anyone. The pathway had disappeared, leaving me in the forestry once again. I looked in the direction of the path once more, yet it was gone. I was staring at the edge of the forest once more. I felt a pair of arms grabbing me and pulling me backwards. I heard my mother's voice as she sobbed, thankful that I had returned. My father held us both within his arms, never losing his grip. We sat there for a while, all of us, weeping. The sunlight long gone. The sounds of nature had vanished once more. A familiar hum graced my ears. Instead of a collection of instruments, a solitary violin pierced the silence of the night, caressing my pained heart. It sang its song. I'll never forget the screams. It was a warm spring night in the late 90s, and we were on our way home from our little cabin in the woods. It was old, musty, and a bit dilapidated, but it had been in the family for generations, and monthly trips were a well-ingrained family tradition. My dad described it as a good place to unplug from technology and the world, and it was just that. Passing through that rickety screen door was like stepping into another era. Despite the lack of modern-day comforts like plumbing or air conditioning, I had always enjoyed the cabin. If my family values one thing, it's tradition. The only complaint I'd ever had about the cabin was a hard time sleeping when I was younger. It wasn't necessarily the ever-present chorus of wildlife, buzzing insects, chirping birds, squirrels crashing through the underbrush. It wasn't my youthful imagination running wild with growling wolves, monstrous bears, or mysterious creatures crashing towards the flimsy walls of the cabin in the dead of the night. What kept me awake was the soft scratching I could always hear underneath the floorboards. It wasn't aggressive, and it wasn't loud. It was persistent, the faint but incessant grinding against the grainy wooden planks. As a young child, I would call out to my mother at night, afraid. She would sit at my bed and run a hand through my hair reassuringly. "There's no need to be scared, baby. That's just Andy. He wants to come out and play. Just ignore him." This had been a good weekend. The lake was warm enough for swimming, and the fishing was great. This had been a special trip, my high school graduation celebration. We drove home under a bright moon, and I was comfortably leaning my head against the cool glass window. My parents' conversation fading into a dull drone as the streetlights zipped by. I faded in and out, closing my eyes and drifting off. The blast of a horn and a devastating explosion violently ripped me from sleep, and nothing would ever be the same again. I was spinning. Broken glass shards flew through the air, tearing, slicing. My mother was screaming. I will never forget those screams. There was blood. The car rolled into what felt like slow motion, finally smashing against a telephone pole and coming to rest. Then, with a gut-wrenching finality, it was over. A dizziness overtook my senses, and blackness blossomed everywhere. I was vaguely aware that I was bleeding, and I felt an intense pressure in my head. It took me a few moments to realize that I was hanging upside down, held in by my seatbelt. I could smell the burning stench of deployed airbags and gasoline fumes. "Call 911!" The unfamiliar voice sounded like it was underwater. I could hear boots crunching against broken glass. Consciousness began to fade. "Mom!" My mouth was filled with copper-tasting blood, and I coughed. I couldn't quite comprehend what I was seeing. My parents lay motionless in front of me. My mom looked wrong. Her neck was sickeningly twisted in a direction that isn't possible. Her torso pointed forward, still neatly seatbelted in, but her face was staring directly at me. Her lifeless eyes were wide open, lips twisted into a silent, terrible scream. The car had crumpled in such terrific fashion at the driver's side that I couldn't see my father at all. There was thick, congealed blood and bits of hair that had been forced out of the twisted metal frame against the pavement. The best way I can describe it is if you'd set a tube of toothpaste on the floor and stomped on it. I could see shiny white bits amidst the carnage, and I tried to force myself to not recognize it as pieces of my father's skull. I stared at my dead mother's face for a long time. I couldn't look away. It wasn't until I could hear the screeching of the jaws of life sawing open the twisted wreck of the car that consciousness faded. "There must be some kind of mistake," I said dumbly. "I don't have a brother." The attorney shifted uncomfortably in his chair. "I'm afraid not, and I do apologize for being unfamiliar with your family dynamic. However, the wording is quite clear." We sat in a downtown office suite that overlooked a main thoroughfare through massive glass windows. "Can you read it for me again?" My head was spinning. "I desire that should I die, it is my wish to be buried according to the rites of the Roman Catholic Church and interred at..." "Skip down to the next line." He cleared his throat. "To my esteemed children, Ethan and Andrew, give the bequest the following properties to wit, our cabin located at..." He rattled off the address and continued to name bank accounts, the family house, and other assets in official-sounding legalese. "I don't have a brother. I don't know who Andrew is," I repeated. The attorney looked sympathetic and slightly awkward as he adjusted his necktie. "I understand, Ethan. My investigators are attempting to ascertain this Andrew's whereabouts." He set the papers down on his desk and stared at me. "This isn't the first time I have seen an unconventional family dynamic. Why your parents chose not to tell you about your brother is a question I cannot answer. But surely, there is a plausible reason." "Andy," I muttered. My hands began to tremble. As summer faded into fall and fall into winter, I began to obsess about the existence of Andrew and my mother's explanation of the scratching underneath the cabin. "That's just Andy. He wants to come out and play." I had to see it for myself. I had to know. I drove south under a full moon, clenching my teeth as I passed the mile marker where the crash had occurred those many months ago. I turned onto a small dirt road that held the cabin. Gravel and dirt spit behind my car into the darkness. All the cabins were all empty at this time of year. No one vacations in the dead of winter. Skeletal tree branches clawed and scraped the sides of my car as I pulled up the narrow driveway leading through the choked woods and up to the cabin. The small squat log cabin had none of its charm that it held in springtime. In the dead of this cold winter night, illuminated by nothing but my Chevy's headlights, it looked menacing, haunting. I clicked on my flashlight and tucked it under an armpit as I fumbled with the keys. My breath frosted in the frigid air. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. I stopped and listened closely. It was there, faint but present, soft scratching from underneath the floorboards. The hair stood up on the back of my neck, and my heart began beating faster. A heavy padlock secured the small door leading to the crawl space underneath the cabin. A little key accompanied the larger front door key on the keyring. It slid into the padlock easily. The little door groaned as I pulled inward, and the padlock clattered to the floor. A stench assaulted my senses, and I fought to keep my lunch down. It stank of rotten meat. It stank of death. My heart beat even faster. The small flashlight cast a pitiful beam of yellow light into the inky blackness that stretched downward into the bowels of the cabin. The wooden steps creaked and groaned under my feet as I descended underground, the beam of light now trembling wildly across the moldy walls and uneven dirt floor. Tree roots protruded in some areas. The ceiling of the crawl space was crisscrossed with thousands of shallow gouges and scratches. As I gagged on the foul odor, the beam of my flashlight illuminated the creature in a sickly yellow light. It sat on its haunches, deep in the shadowed recesses of the crawl space. I froze. Bile rose into the back of my throat, and blackness ebbed into my vision as adrenaline dumped. It softly scratched on the ceiling with bony fingers that were too long. Its skin, white as curdled milk and horribly smooth, glowed against the flashlight. It didn't seem to notice me as it continued its relentless scratching on the ceiling with bloody and worn-down fingertips. Its ribs jutted out from malnutrition. It was vaguely human in composition, but at the same time, totally otherworldly. Its eyes were completely white, like a cave-dwelling beast. I gagged again, and that's when it noticed me. It snapped toward me, enlarged nostrils flaring angrily. I could hear a barely perceptible sniffing as it cocked its head and scrambled toward me at an astonishing speed. It used its hands as much as its legs in the cramped confines of the crawl space as a gorilla would. The way it moved was all wrong. It was fluid but primitive, like some kind of reptile. I screamed, dropping the flashlight and scrambling up the staircase. I could hear a soft grunt as the creature hit the stairs only a few feet behind me and closing the distance fast. That thing was so terribly quiet. A cold, wet hand wrapped around my ankle like an eel. I felt another massive adrenaline dump, and I lashed out with my free foot, catching the creature in its head. I tumbled down the staircase silently, the blackness totally enveloping it. I plunged out of the crawl space, slamming the door shut and leaning against it, breathing heavily. "Dad?" My son called me from the bedroom. It had been many years since my encounter with Andy, and try as I might, I simply cannot connect the dots as to why my parents had kept my deformity of a brother hidden away in a crawl space, imprisoned, their dirty secret. I went to my son's bed and sat down, his little frame not even taking up half the bed. Moonlight spilled through the open window, illuminating the room. "Shh," I said, as I ran a reassuring hand through his hair. "Dad, the scratching again," he whined. "It's okay, pal," I said. "That's just Uncle Andy. He wants to play. Just ignore him. Besides, we're headed back home tomorrow." I got used to Andy scratching, and my son would get used to it too. He settled down and fell back to sleep quickly. I sat next to him for a while, listening to the soft scratching and smiling at the absurdity of it all. I think most people would have sold that cabin, or maybe burned it down to the ground, but I wasn't raised that way. I was raised with tradition, and if my family values one thing, it's tradition. I used to live in a haunted house. When most people hear me say that, they chuckle and don't usually believe me, but I had seen undeniable proof of the ghost that inhabits my home. In fact, on a few occasions, I had seen him with my own eyes. Typically, when people think of haunted houses, They think of old, dusty, two-story homes that were built on Native American burial grounds or was the place of a death years prior. I can tell you now, neither of those is the case when it comes to my home. My grandfather built this house after he married my grandmother, and it's been in my family ever since. After my grandparents died, it was inherited by my father, and after he and my mother passed, it came to me. You might be thinking that Pat must be the ghost of my grandfather or father, but no, that's wrong too. He's been around ever since my grandfather completed construction. It wasn't like he was there during the process of building the house either. Pat literally showed up the day after all of the work was said and done. Obviously, this initially freaked my grandparents out. Nothing malicious ever happened though, just some sounds of footsteps, the occasional sounds of the doors opening and closing, and the drop of temperature in whatever room Pat was in at the time. The thought of a ghost being in their home, however, just didn't sit right with them at first. They tried everything they could to banish him. They called in priests and even an exorcist, but nothing ever worked. After many attempts, they had contemplated selling the house and moving away, but my grandfather just wouldn't accept that. He had built that house with his own two hands, and that pride wouldn't allow him to abandon it. Eventually, my grandparents learned to live with Pat. As I said, he was never malicious or did anything to cause harm. He was just there. After my grandparents died, my father thought that their ghosts would linger around the house as well, but that never happened. Pat was the only entity around, and it would stay that way. My father tried to learn more about Pat by researching the area where we lived, but never found any credible results. It was as if Pat just materialized out of nowhere once the house was finished. One time when I was a teenager, a group of friends came over, and we tried to communicate with Pat through a Ouija board. My parents had strictly forbidden this, so of course, being the teenage dumbass that I was, I decided to do it anyway, behind their back. This is usually the part of the story where all kinds of hell would break loose because of the Ouija board, but that didn't happen. After many unsuccessful attempts to contact him, Pat finally showed himself to us. His body was faint, and we couldn't make out any real features other than the shape of his body. He looked to be about my height and weight, had short hair, black dress pants, and a white dress shirt. "Hi, Pat," I said in a quiet voice. He stood there and gave me a confused look, and then slightly smirked, closed his eyes, and lifted his arm in a wave. I continued, "Pat's probably not your name, right?" He shook his head, keeping the smirk on his face. I continued on. "Well, can you tell me your name?" The smirk left his face and was replaced by a sad look. He looked down to the floor and then to me and shook his head again. I had guessed that he must not be able to speak, which made sense, seeing as there had never been any moans or wails or anything else vocal that you'd expect from a haunting. "You can use the board," I informed him, pointing to the wooden box. He walked over to it and using his finger spelled out, "Don't remember." He looked up at me again, still a sad look in his eyes. "Is it all right that I call you Pat?" I asked for the sake of him at least not having a name. He nodded, and the smirk came back. After that experience with Pat, my friends and I decided to look into other paranormal activities. We live in Ohio, so there was plenty to look into. There is only one experience, however, that stands out from the rest, and it would be the last. After inheriting the house following the death of my father from a years-long battle with cancer, I turned it into a base of operations for my friends and I. We would meet there and plan out where we would investigate. This time, it was an old abandoned mental hospital that was known as the Ridges. It was famously known to be haunted, so I was particularly excited to visit it, as it had been a dream of mine to do so ever since we first got into the paranormal game. As we pulled up to the front gates in our van, I could feel my heart racing from excitement. I have to advise anyone thinking of doing this to not do this. Not only is it actually trespassing, since overnight investigations aren't allowed, but what I encountered here scared me off of paranormal investigation for the rest of my life. It was when we stepped foot on the grounds that the horror would really begin. After jumping the gates and walking around outside, I noticed something in the window of one of the upper floors. I could see a man standing there, staring at me. He was completely white from head to toe. White clothes, pale skin, even white hair. Something about him made me feel incredibly uneasy, and everyone else said the same. We all knew that something was wrong, because never before had we been scared off of a location this easily. We got out of there pretty quickly, packed into the van, and took off. Guys, said Andrew, who was sitting in the back of the van with his wife, Jen. My girlfriend Jamie and I looked out of the back window and saw what he was seeing. There was the man in white, standing in the middle of the road, the only part of him not white being his eyes, which were instead glowing a bright red. I could feel my heart racing as we all tried to register what we had just seen. Soon I felt myself start to doze off when Andrew once again exclaimed, "Guys!" I sprung awake as Jamie and I turned around. "That thing is following us," he continued. As we looked out of the window again, Jamie squeezed my arm. The man in white was directly behind us, and it looked like he was just standing in place, but he was somehow keeping up with the car. At this point, we had all started to freak out, and I turned around to tell Bill, the driver, to speed it up. As I turned back around to look out of the window again, I noticed that the man in white was gone. "Where did he go?" asked Andrew. I don't know, I responded. "He just disappeared." We thought that maybe we outran it, or it just gave up, but then Jen started to act weird. Andrew had said she was feeling really sick, so she went to sleep on his shoulders. We didn't think anything of it, and just chalked it up to her being exhausted. When we got home, Andrew, Jen, and Bill said their goodbyes and left. We were concerned about Jen, because she still looked like absolute crap, and we hoped she was feeling better in the morning. Later that night, I began to feel sick myself. I felt like I was going to throw up, and ran to the bathroom, but nothing came out. I walked over to the sink and noticed how pale I was looking. I decided to turn in for the night, and Jamie agreed to stay the night to keep an eye on me. I fell asleep and was soon awoken by loud noises. My initial thought was that Pat must be active again, so at first I ignored it. It just kept going, however, which sounded like someone rummaging through the drawers in the kitchen. Suddenly, there was the sound of crashing and screaming. I recognized the voice as being Jamie, so I sprung out of bed and into the kitchen where the source of the noise was. Standing there was the man in white, standing over the bloodied body of my girlfriend. There were what appeared to be knife wounds all over her body, and a horrified look of pain and fear was frozen on her face. I screamed in anguish at the sight of her corpse, and with tears of anger in my eyes, I ignored my initial fear and ran directly at the man in white, tackling him and knocking the knife out of his hand. He put up a fight as I landed blow after blow on him, and I overpowered him surprisingly easily. Throughout it all, not a single drop of blood stained his clothes. He remained entirely clean, and the only part of him that was red was his demonic-looking red eyes. I reached over and grabbed the knife, ready to plunge it into his chest, but suddenly I felt a hand grab my arm. I looked over, and it was Pat. He was completely solid now, and I could see more features. On his face was a graying goatee, and his short hair also had spots of gray. Honestly, he looked similar to my father, with some minor differences here and there. "Don't," he said to me as he took the knife from my hands.
He placed the knife on a counter and walked over to the man in white, who was now standing. A look of anger was plastered on his pale face, and the red eyes looked even more terrifying. "No," said Pat, as he grabbed the man by the throat. "Not this time." A look of fear replaced the anger on the pale man's face as Pat turned his head to face me. He gave me that signature smirk and nodded his head. I was completely confused as to what was happening, but I nodded in response. Pat then turned his attention to the man in white, still gripping his throat with both hands, and closed his eyes. Suddenly, a bright light came from Pat and engulfed them both. I could hear the sounds of a demonic wail as the light swallowed them and disappeared. Along with the light, Pat and the man in white were gone. Suddenly, I looked to the floor where I'd beaten up the man in white and saw Jamie. She was crying and shivering in fear, her face bruised and bloody. "Jamie!" I exclaimed as I tried to approach her, but she screamed and backed away from me. I looked at my hands, still covered in the blood that was not my own, and looked over at Jamie. It was at that moment that I had realized what I had done. It wasn't the man in white that I was attacking. It was Jamie. She sat on the floor, her arms around her knees, and sobbed. I fell to my knees and sobbed into my hands. "I'm sorry," I choked out. "I'm so sorry." This was 10 years ago. I have never experienced anything paranormal ever since, as I had given up the desire to seek it out. Even Pat is gone. I never saw him again after he and the man in white were engulfed by the bright light. All of my friends and my now ex-girlfriend are no longer part of my life. The reason the man in white took so long to attack me and Jamie was that he first attached himself to Jen. They weren't so lucky, and Jen ended up throwing Andrew out of their bedroom window and jumped herself after realizing what she had done. Bill was next, and he ended up getting hit by a car after running into the middle of traffic. After that was when the man in white possessed me. The only reason Jamie and I are alive was because of Pat. He stopped me from killing her, and he saved my life in the process. Jamie understood the situation, but couldn't stand being around me regardless. Seeing me kept reminding her of our friends, and she never forgot the experience of me nearly beating her to death. She left me shortly after she was released from the hospital. She claimed that she was attacked by a random assailant, so I never faced any repercussions for what I had done, even though a part of me still feels that I should. Even if I was manipulated by some evil entity, it was my hands that hurt her. I never forgave myself. I miss Jamie. I miss all of my friends. Most of all, though, I miss Pat. He was there my entire life. I don't know what exactly happened between him and the man in white, but he's gone now, and I blame myself. I brought that thing into my home because I was nosing around where I didn't belong. Pat saved me and Jamie and sacrificed himself to do it, and none of it had to even happen. I don't know where Pat came from, and I don't know where he went. I don't know if he was a ghost, an angel, or something else, but I am thankful that he was a part of my family for so many years. I hope that wherever he is at peace. So for context, me and my husband Gideon live in the Bronx with our 2 rescue cats, Mr. Watson and Disco Biscuit. Since I have classes and he has to work, the cats have the house to themselves throughout the day. Occasionally, they go on small adventures throughout the borough, usually coming back around 9 with a dead rat as a souvenir. But for the most part, they stay in the house. Some point in March, Gideon had the idea to buy those little cat cams that you strap onto your cat's collar so you can see what they do when you're not home. Basically, a feline GoPro. I was interested, and he found one for $15 on Wish, so he ordered it. Lo and behold, about 12 weeks later, the cams arrived. We knew we'd be out of the borough all day, so we figured it was as good of a time as any to strap on the cameras before we left. When we got back, we discovered that, as it turned out, neither bothered to leave the house that day, which made waiting for the cameras and the SD cards they contained much easier. We plugged discos into Gideon's computer, sat down on the couch and started watching. We skipped around for the first 3 or so hours, in which nothing happens, in a matter of minutes. At around noon, it gets weird. In the video, at 12:15, Disco is staring at the fridge eagerly. Watson is next to him, and they're trilling at each other. They sit there silently for about 2 minutes, until the door opens. Inside of the fridge sits a girl with her knees to her chin, holding the door open with her hand. She has thick dreads, shorts, a pink hoodie, and sandals. I doubt she's more than 17, but when she sees the kitties, she smiles, a big, wide, holy crap, it's a cat smile. She says something inaudible, still grinning, and the cats climb into the fridge with her. She shuts the door again. Even though the cameras are now inches away from her face, her voice still whispers. The thrum of the fridge makes it indecipherable. She begins to pet them. Disco purrs. The view from his camera becomes obscured as he nuzzles into her hoodie. After a few minutes of this, the girl stops whispering, indecipherable or not. A few minutes after that, Watson trills at Disco, and he looks up to see that the girl no longer has a head. With her free, non-cat petting hand, she presses a finger to where her mouth would be. She scratches Watson and Disco. Watson purrs. Disco does not. Then opens the door. They both jump out. The rest of the footage, until the noise of the door swinging open and letting in me and Gideon, is simply Disco in a sunbeam, presumably napping. His camera records Watson sitting on a couch, his eyes closed. When the cops came a few hours ago to get the headless body out of our fridge, it was estimated she had been dead for about 3 weeks. Some of her nails were scattered around the bottom of our fridge. Her legs and arms were bloated and puffy. Her brown skin was a matisse of red and green from decomposition, plus blue from having frozen to death. The fridge had stopped the smell, but the visuals were left perfectly intact. About an hour ago, the girl's head was found 2 apartments down, in the freezer of an elderly Cuban woman that Disco was known to visit on his expeditions. She was in hysterics. Her English is poor, but she managed to say that she had never seen the girl in her life. Since all 3 of us were witnesses, I got to hug her on the way to the station. Once we got back, Gideon threw the cat cams out the window. Disco Biscuit seems to know something's wrong and is in bed, giving us cuddles. But Mr. Watson stays at the fridge, staring, meowing, tail flicking in curiosity. A few minutes ago, I even heard him scratching, something he's always known to keep on the scratch post. I know it's just my jumpy nerves, but I'm convinced that I keep hearing the fridge door swing open.
My brother used to repeat this mantra to me when we were just children. My mother died of a horrible illness when we were young, and it did not take long after that for my father to become distant. Really, growing up, me and my brother only used to have each other. I remember being so young. After my mother left us, everything seemed so scary. During thunderstorms, on the nights where the wind and the rain would seem to take on an entirely different form, my imagination would, as young imaginations do, run away with itself. My father was no longer able to offer any kind of reassurance, so naturally, I would seek shelter in my big brother's room. "Don't worry," he would whisper as I sank into bed with him. pulling the covers close to my face in an effort to shield from the creeping darkness of the storm. Just count to 10, Nancy. Since then, even now, I am on the cusp of 20. His words have still lingered on. I am unashamed to say that I have counted to 10 many times in the subsequent years since then, and every time I do, I still feel like that small, scared little child hiding from the rain. The night it happened was no different. My father did not last long. The years following my mother's passing were nothing more than a massive binge for him. He began to indulge heavily in alcohol, far too heavily. The day that his liver finally decided that it had enough was the same day that he called us into the hospital to see him.
Josh, Nancy,
he spoke softly.
The house will be yours.
That was the only fatherly thing my father ever did for us. A few days later, he was gone. Now, I'm 19. My brother and I have lived happily ever after since. After the house passed to us, we no longer had the worry of a roof or a shelter. We managed to sustain ourselves, our jobs paying for all the small amenities that our lives would inevitably require. One day my brother bought me a small pocket knife. It was a small blade, its handle nondescript, but the blade adequately sharp. I cannot be with you all the time, he told me, handing me the small object. And I need to know that you're safe, even when I'm not there with you. Although I was no longer that scared little girl, running from noises and flashes of lightning, it still felt comforting to know that my big brother was still my protector, that he was still my light in the darkness, my night. The evening it all happened was like any other. It was a Friday, and my brother would be away overnight for a party. I would have the house to myself, and I have to admit that after a hectic week at work, I was looking forward to nothing more than a glass of wine, quiet solitude, and of course, a nice hot bath. I had already poured the glass, and it sat waiting patiently for me on the sink next to the tub. I moved through the house, latching closed the front door on my way to grabbing a fresh towel. I quickly retrieved one, and a few minutes later, I had undressed and had already sunk back into the warm, inviting waters. An unmeasurable amount of time passed, my mind blank, and my body relaxed. The wine went down smoothly as the tension from the week gradually drifted from my body, escaping into the warm waters around me. The candles I had lit aided in my relaxation, their flames flickering slightly within the darkness of the room. My phone had been vibrating for a while now, but I had barely noticed it as the calming sensations had claimed my mind. It vibrated straight through the call before I even had the chance to sit up and retrieve it from the shelf in front of me. I picked up the handset with wet hands, and the screen lit up in response. It was Josh. Just as I was about to return his call, a noise claimed my attention. It was small, a distant rumble originating from somewhere out in the emptiness. It was thunder. It roared quietly in the distance at first, obviously originating from a few miles away. It did not take long, however, for it to close the distance to my home, and before I knew it, Mother Nature roared loudly above my head. In an instant, I felt like that small girl once more, alone in the darkness, lost without hope. I felt my heart quicken as the irrational fear took over. It's just a storm, I said aloud, my words sounding less than convincing. It'll pass. After a few moments, I realized that my anxiety was not lowering. My bath time was clearly over. Fate had decided that my relaxation had obviously come to an end. Defeated, I climbed from the bath, dried my body, and quickly redressed. As I opened the door to the bathroom, I quickly realized that my home was not exactly as I had left it. All of the lights which I had left on before entering were now switched off. The hallway was pitch black, and the darkness seemed to cling to every wall. I felt my heart once again quicken in pace, as a surge of adrenaline coursed through my veins. What the hell? The air outside was thick and foreboding as reality set in. The house was now wrapped in a blanket of darkness, and I was alone, with nothing but the silence and my own labored breath for company. It's just the fuses, I managed to think, through the haze of fear. Grab a candle and check downstairs. It was a simple thought on the surface, a simple task that would require a simple touch, but simplicity had long escaped me, displaced somewhere amongst the shadows which had managed to infect every wall. Somehow, I managed to will my legs to return me to the bathroom, where I retrieved a candle, bringing its delicate light back out with me into the cold blackness outside. The candle performed amicably. It partially lit my way as I moved towards the staircase. However, it proved a little too efficient, as it beautifully lit the mudded footprints on the top step. I instantly froze. For a second, I struggled to comprehend the image. Dumbfounded, I turned, following their path to their place of origin. They seemed to originate from my room, before leading into the hallway and finally down the steps before me. As I glanced down the incline of the stairway, down into the darkness which lay beneath, the horrid truth slowly dawned on me. Someone was in the house. My body began to tremble as the realization set in. Someone was here. They were downstairs, and I was completely alone with them, trapped in a locked house with no means of escape. The air felt thick and rancid as I struggled to maintain my composure. What do I do? My phone would have been the most logical step, but logic has a way of betraying you when you are presented with a situation so utterly terrifying. It would have been sensible to move back into the bathroom, to lock the door, and to call Josh for help, but sensibility is the first commodity to betray you during a storm. Without cause and without reason, my mind remembered the pocket knife. I knew where it was. It was not far. I had kept it close, just as my brother had asked of me. It was in the drawer on my bedside table, carefully stored there since the day that Josh had bought it for me. I could get to it. I was close. I had to be quiet. Thunder clapped loudly outside of the window. Although it was deafening, it barely concealed the sound of movement coming from the floor below. An intruder was definitely down there, creeping around in the shadows, waiting. Softly, my feet began to move, guiding me quietly into my room and toward the drawer. As I moved, I noticed the open window in my bedroom, the wind gushing through, drawing my attention to the point of entry. My brain barely registered this fact as I carefully opened the drawer and retrieved the knife which lay within. Slowly, I pushed the wood back into the table and crept back into the silent, black hallway outside. As I did, another sound of movement below claimed my attention. There was shuffling. Someone was definitely moving downstairs, and very carefully by the sounds of it. I quickly realized that this was a burglary. The lights had clearly gone out, and someone must have mistaken my property for an empty home. The reasons for the intrusion, however, no longer mattered. I was in danger, and I had to act in order to protect myself. I carefully unfolded the blade on the knife as my bare feet made contact with the cold, wooden stairs. There are no words that can be used accurately to describe the pure terror which ensnared my mind. With each step, the fear grew. It coursed through the vessels woven throughout my body, boiling my blood and burning my soul. The knife shook in my hand as my mind drifted back to those nights so long ago when I would seek the comfort and protection of my bigger brother. Just like those nights, and just like all of the years which came after, I began to count. 1. I carefully took another step down. 2. More steps. He's there. waiting for me. 3. I slowly lowered myself down another step. 4. A flash of lightning illuminated the figure below. 5. My heart threatens to burst from my chest. 6. My hands are shaking violently. 7. I am almost at the bottom. 8. He's hunched in the corner. Do something. 9. He has his back to me. I have to act. 10. The blade sinks into the back of his neck with little effort. The blood was instant. It gushed forcefully from the gap in the wound, shooting straight from the fine space in between the gash and the blade, which remained stuck in place inside of the intruder's neck. I instinctively moved backwards as the assailant began to thrash around in surprise, knocking several objects from their resting place and smashing a vase, which once sat precariously on a nearby shelf. My mind became numb as the scene unfolded before me. He moved around the room for a few seconds, desperately seeking for a surface to cling to, for an object to steady himself with, but he found none. After a few more moments of flailing, he collapsed heavily onto the floor, face up and eyes wide. Whole body shaking, I instinctively stepped towards him, a blot of lightning illuminating the room as I neared his final resting place. As the sharp shot of light filled the room, my heart sank as a tear fell heavily from my eye.
I was worried.
My brother gurgled through the thick blood, which had begun to ooze from the newly gaping wound.
I came home.
He continued to gasp on for a few more moments, as the sound of him choking on his own blood filled the small confines of the room. He sputtered and he fought, his breathing becoming strained and quick as he desperately sucked at each last breath, until finally he took his last. His chest ceased to rise, but his eyes remained open, locked permanently agape on his last horrifying moments. And all I did was look on, my actions misplaced, and the consequences almost too much to bear. As I watched on as the last remaining light extinguished from my life, I knew that I would be forever alone, and the realization was one of absolute, soul-wrenching terror. A lengthy investigation followed that night. The police were sympathetic, and they eventually understood the circumstances surrounding Josh's death. Ultimately, it was labeled as an accident. They went on to explain that his friends had verified that at the party, he had expressed concern for me being at home alone, and had diligently decided to leave early. Upon returning home, he could not gain entry as I had latched the front door closed. He did try to call me, as shown by the call log stored on his phone, but I had not answered. Once the storm had begun, he had drunkenly decided to gain entry into our home by climbing the terrace just outside of my room, as he knew that I always left my window unlatched. The power being out had just been a cruel twist of fate, as it was decided that he must have been trying to fix the issue at the moment I had mistaken him for an intruder. It was then that I knew. At that moment, I killed him. At the moment I had robbed my protective big brother of his life, that he was still trying to be my knight. He knew that the darkness still haunted me, even though I pretended it did not. He knew that the storm would still get under my skin. That night he just wanted to protect me, and for all his nobility, he no longer lives. The storm does not scare me anymore. I have seen something much darker. Since that night, when Mother Nature emerges from her slumber and the wind and the rain threaten to invade the confines of my home, I barely flinch. For in that moment, and every night since, I see his face. I relive his final gasps. I am imprisoned by his fixed and open eyes. In those moments of solitude, where I am trapped by my actions and encased with regret, I simply begin to count, but I can never get to 10. I stood still for a moment, awestruck. The pictures didn't do it justice. It was a large but quaint home, located on a secluded island near Cape Cod. A small piece of land void of life. Only the cottage and a lighthouse visible across the water, verified as an Airbnb Plus rental. 1 week's rent came to a little over $3,000. The price was steep, but completely worth it. This would be the best place to clear my head and finish writing my novel. I happily trotted across the stone walkway to the front door and grabbed the knob, ready to map out the rest of my book. It would be my second release. My publisher had been breathing down my neck for months, constantly asking for updates. Now, I had the perfect environment to complete it. Upon opening the door, I was caught off guard. "Hello!" I nearly jumped out of my skin. There was a man inside, late 50s, average build, gray mustache. It took me a moment to match the face to the one on his Superhost profile. It was Garrett, the owner of the property. "Oh, sorry, Garrett, you startled me. I didn't expect anyone to be here." He smiled. "I greet all my guests. You people are my livelihood, after all. Please come in. I have some important matters to discuss." I joined him in the living room. We sat in armchairs on opposite sides of a long coffee table. Garrett simply continued to smile. "So, what did you want to discuss?" I asked. He pulled a folded sheet of paper out from his jacket and slid it across the coffee table. It stopped in front of me. I picked it up for a closer look. The edges were worn, and it felt almost canvas-like between my fingers. I began unfolding, but Garrett stopped me. "Don't. You'll have plenty of time for that later. Just listen." I looked up at him, confused, but compliant. "This house has been in my family for generations. Staying here can be a rewarding experience, but it can also be a dreadful one, if you're not careful." "Come on, Garrett, don't tell me the place is haunted." I was the only one smiling now. Garrett looked at me, thoroughly unamused. My smile vanished, and I gestured for him to continue. "On that sheet of paper are some rules. You must follow every last one of them. There are no exceptions. So long as you do this, your vacation will be a pleasant one." With that, Garrett stood up from the chair and walked to the front door. He turned to me on his way out and offered a final sentiment before leaving. "Follow the rules, Jack. If you don't, you're in for a bumpy ride." When he left, I unfolded the list, expecting to see a reiteration of his stay requirements. No pets, no modifications, clean up after yourself, that sort of thing. This was not the case. On the paper was a set of rules that only served to bookend our strange encounter with further confusion. Number 1, no lights on past 11:25 p.m. Number 2, do not answer your phone. Callers cannot be trusted. Number 3, only 2 people are permitted inside, Hank Penston and Jessica Covenwood. Ask for last names. Number 4, do not exit the house after midnight until sunrise. Number 5, if your room changes location, close the door and try again. Only leave when connection has been re-established. Number 6, the voices are harmless. Do not converse with them. Number 7, never lock your doors. Number 8, if you have any trouble, call Jessica Covenwood at this number. This is the only phone call you can trust. This lifeline may only be used once during your rental period. At the bottom of the page was a final note. I will come to collect you, but only when the rental period is over, not a moment sooner. There is no leaving until then. As I sat there mulling over the list, it all became clear. Garrett was a lunatic. Either that, or this was a poor attempt at humor. Either way, I brushed off our meeting and the list of rules altogether, placing the paper on the coffee table where it stayed for the rest of the night. A majority of the first night was peaceful. Of my novel's final 6 chapters that needed completing, I was able to stay up late and finish 2 of them. First drafts, at least. There was still a lot left to do. My final days on the island would have to be spent proofreading the entire manuscript and filling cracks in the narrative before sending it to my editor. Still, 2 chapters was not a bad night's work, all things considered. After patting myself on the back for a job well done, I looked at my phone. It was 12:18 a.m. My lips spread into a slight smile as I looked at the desk light, wavering in and out of life. It's past 11:25, Garrett. Was this why I needed to turn off the lights, so they wouldn't flicker? I chuckled to myself as another rule came to mind. Number 4, if I remembered correctly. Do not exit the house after midnight. I continued to laugh to myself as I ventured downstairs, opened the front door, and stepped out into the night. The view was brilliant. A blanket of stars covering the cape, only broken up by the gorgeous lighthouse jutting upward, practically cutting a hole in the night sky. It was a breathtaking sight, well worth the partial advance for my book. What's the reasoning behind this rule, Garrett? You didn't want me to enjoy the view? I turned and stepped back into the house. I then locked the door. Oops, that's another rule broken. Hope the house doesn't chastise me. With that, I traveled upstairs to the bedroom and fell into a blissful sleep the moment my body met the sheets. My slumber would not last. 3:27 a.m. I awoke to a thunderous banging at the front door. In a groggy slur of motion, my legs just barely managed to pull the rest of my body out of bed. Practically sleepwalking, I eventually made my way downstairs and opened the door. Outside, there were no longer any stars. Their light was replaced with a thick fog rolling over the ocean. The water and air were still, frozen in place. There was no one there but me. I closed the door and went back to bed, certain that the sounds I heard were remnants of a dream overlapping with waking life. My body fell onto the bed, and sleep took hold once more. 4:42 a.m. I awoke again, ripped from a dream state where I was turning in my novel to the publishing house. For whatever reason, in this dream, Garrett was my boss. He held the manuscript to my face and flipped the pages, revealing a lack of ink. There's nothing here, Jack. All that time and nothing to show for it. He continued to flip through before stopping somewhere in the middle. Unlike the other pages, this one had text. The words were familiar, but they weren't written by me. Garrett's rules painted the page, the pitch black ink slowly dripping from the paper. His form soon followed, melting onto the floor below. You should have followed the rules, Jack. That's when I sprung to life, my heart pounding as I sat up in bed. The sound of pages turning rang in my ears, but it hadn't leaked over from my nightmare. Over on the desk was my manuscript, its paper wildly flapping about. My heart nearly sank before I noticed a chill in the room. I had left the window open. It was just the wind. Relieved, I shut the window and went back to sleep. 5:19 a.m. No sound woke me this time. Instead, it was nature calling, beckoning me to take a late-night trip to the bathroom. Unfortunately for me, this would not be an easy task. Upon opening the bedroom door, I was greeted by a deeply unsettling sight. It was a hallway. Not the hall that should have been there, mind you. An entirely different hallway. Noticeably different. It was narrow, almost too thin for a person to walk through, and it was long, very long, seemingly longer than the building itself. Lining the sides was a plethora of doors, more doors than I knew the house to have. It was, by all means, unexplainable. I rubbed my eyes to test their acuity. The hallway was still there. I wondered for a moment if I was dreaming, but quickly discarded the notion, certain that I could tell the difference between what was real and what wasn't. But if not a dream, then what? With an air of hesitance about me, my feet pattered into the narrow void. I tried each door along the way, but they were all locked. Halfway in, a harrowing sound cut through the air. I turned my head to see that the bedroom door had shut itself. Running back and turning the knob was futile. It wouldn't budge. Without a whole lot of options, I continued down the hall. At the end was a final door, different than the rest. Affixed to it was a plaque with a designation, like one you might see in a hotel. According to the text, it was room 371. The knob offered no resistance as I turned it and gently pushed the door open. There was no light inside. Still, I could make out something standing in the center of the room, facing me. It was a shadowy figure, slightly darker than the blackness around it. A vague glow outlined its form. It was tall, taller than any man. I had the inclination to close the door and turn back, but fear kept me anchored in place. My breathing became erratic, and my heart rate soared to new heights as it took a step towards me. In a flash, it lunged to my position. Everything went black. My eyes opened to sunlight pouring into the room. I was back in bed. This was strange. Every bone in my body told me it wasn't a dream, but rational thinking dictated otherwise. I had no choice but to entertain the idea that I was having vivid night terrors in the face of a fast-approaching publishing deadline. The sooner I finished the book, I thought, the sooner they would vanish. Though it didn't sit well with me, it was the only explanation I had. My phone buzzed on the bedside table. I knew who it was, but with the deadline on the horizon, I couldn't afford the distraction. When the buzzing ceased, I crawled out of bed and started the day. My first few hours awake were productive. I was able to write over half of the next chapter and tweak some finer details throughout the rest of the book. My progress was, however, impeded by a knock at the front door. Unlike the night previous, there was someone out there. A man. "Can I help you?" I asked, confused.
Was hoping I could help you, actually. My name's Hank. I'm a locksmith from the mainland. Garrett sent me to check the locks on all the doors.
I pondered for a moment and then grabbed the list of rules from the coffee table. I looked it over before meeting Hank back at the door. "Well, it looks like you're on the list."
Splendid. May I come in then?
An unnaturally wide smile danced across his cheeks. "Yeah, sure. Come in." Hank walked past the threshold and sighed. There was a long moment of silence before he spoke again.
What a lovely place. Can't wait to sink my teeth in and get to work.
He then sauntered off upstairs. I sat down on the couch and continued writing, hoping my creative breakthrough hadn't subsided. An hour passed, then another. I was able to finish up some more work, but something kept scratching at the back of my mind. I knew locksmithing wasn't the loudest job out there, but I expected to hear at least some sort of tinkering coming from upstairs. The distant sound of keys scraping against the lock's inner chambers. But no, there was only silence. I then wondered why Hank was there to begin with. This was far from a typical rental experience, especially one on a secluded island. I skimmed the list again. 2 things stood out. Rule number 7, never lock the doors. Even if Garrett was deranged, it was clear he didn't want the doors locked. So why, then, would he send a locksmith? Who would be breaking in out here anyway? The second thing that jumped out at me was the end of rule number 3. Ask for last names. Something wasn't adding up, but I intended to get to the bottom of it. "Hank!" I yelled out, hoping to get his attention. There was no answer. "Hank, can you come down here, please?" No response, only silence. This was my cue to investigate. To my dismay, the second floor was completely vacant. I scoured every room, every nook and cranny the house had to offer, to no avail. Hank was nowhere to be found. I couldn't make heads or tails of it. How could a person just up and vanish like that? I returned to the first floor. Hank was there, sitting on the couch, looking over my manuscript. There was no way he could have snuck by me.
Say, this is pretty good. I wonder how it's going to play out. Help me out here, Jack. Is there a happy ending, or does the man succumb to his own demons?
I stood frozen at the bottom of the stairs. "Hank," I asked, What's your last name? A grin formed beneath his nose.
Reedon. My name's Hank Reedon. Why do you ask?
I looked down at the list in my hands. Penston. His name was supposed to be Hank Penston. No reason, just curious. Hey, do you mind tossing me my phone? Hank looked down at my phone on the coffee table. A few moments passed before he grabbed it and looked over at me. He stared for a long time, almost as if calculating the distance, and then finally threw it over. I caught it and ran for the front door. Thanks, I'll be right back. I sprinted to the edge of the island, unsure of who or what was inside the house. It was becoming ever apparent that Garrett might not be so crazy after all. Something truly strange was afoot, and I wanted no part of it. At first, I called the ferry station. No answer. Then Garrett. Still no answer. Before I could try another number, my ex-wife called. I had been ignoring her calls for weeks. Charlotte, thank God. I'm at an Airbnb off the Cape. I need you to... She interjected. Leslie's dead, Jack. My blood ran cold. It was said with the same tone and resentment as it was 2 years before. All at once the floodgates opened and a slew of memories poured in, ones I had tried desperately to repress. Leslie was our daughter. Before Charlotte and I divorced, she was struck by a car on her way home from school. Charlotte was at work, and I was supposed to pick Leslie up, but I was too wrapped up in my first novel. I forgot all about her. My own daughter. She walked a good mile before the collision. I never forgave myself. Neither did Charlotte. Charlotte, why are you saying this? Tears rolled down my face. She's dead, Jack. It's your fault. My baby is dead. All because of you. Her voice became louder and less distant until I could barely recognize the cadence, an inhuman growl. You're to blame, Jack. You belong where you are. I hope you rot in that house. I looked down at the list, now stained with the steady stream of droplets dripping from my cheeks, and that's when I remembered rule number 2. Do not answer your phone. Callers cannot be trusted. As much as it pained me, I hung up on her. It wasn't real, but it sure as hell felt like it was. I wiped away my tears and looked at the last rule. Braving the fierce currents of the ocean likely wouldn't end well. The shore nearly 16 miles away, so Jessica was my only hope. The only phone call you can trust, according to Garrett. I dialed the number and waited. After 2 tones, my ear was met with a female voice. You broke a rule, didn't you? A few, actually, give or take. She let out a sigh. Did you let anyone in? Yes, Hank. Hank Penston? No, Hank Reedon. There was another disappointed sigh. Okay, listen carefully. I want you to go back to the house, but act natural. No sudden moves or conspicuous behavior. Any slight change in your attitude could set him off. Walk slow and be cautious. Okay. I did as instructed. On my way around the house, I looked through the window. Hank was no longer in the living room. There was a slight spike in my adrenaline, but I held my composure. Until turning the corner, that is. Standing at the back of the house waiting for me was Hank.
Hey there, Jack. What are you up to?
Jessica chimed in. Stay calm and repeat what I say, verbatim. Hank, I have Garrett on the phone. He wants to know if you can check the lock on the front door. He says it's been sticking lately. In the most casual voice I could muster, I repeated what Jessica said. Hank bore a stoic expression for a few moments and then spoke.
That darn thing. I'll see what I could do.
He walked past me and went off to the front of the house. I was officially rattled. Jessica's voice broke the tension. About a dozen yards from the house is an electrical box. Do you see it? I surveyed the area and noticed the box. It was embedded in a tree stump, of all places, one that stuck out of the ground at an awkward angle. Yes, I see it. Good. Open the hatch. There is a lever there. I want you to pull it down and then wait exactly 10 seconds, after which you will place it back in its original position and close the hatch. I was confused. How is this going to help exactly? There was a third sigh of frustration. That is the master switch. When you pull the lever, it will deactivate all energy on the island. When you reset the lever, the house will reconstitute. This will wipe the slate clean. I didn't understand how it all worked, but I had heard enough to warrant an obvious follow-up question. Couldn't I just leave it off? There was no sigh this time, just anger. No! The island is far worse when the energies are at bay. 10 seconds is all you're allowed. At this point, I saw Hank walking alongside the house.
I fixed that lock for you, Jack.
Jessica must have heard, because her voice adopted a tone of urgency. Pull the lever, now! I did as she said and began counting. Hank continued to walk toward me, his form phasing in and out like a bad television signal.
Jack, what are you doing? Need a hand?
His pace grew faster until his walk became a run. My heart was pounding. Just as he was closing in, the 10 seconds were up and I forced the lever back. Hank vanished completely and the stump receded into the earth below. I fell back onto the ground in relief. Jessica, we did it. Click. Clearly she wasn't as pleased with the victory as I was. That was fine. I was just thankful to be alive. Once inside the house, I laid down in bed and held the list to my face, scrutinizing every last detail. I was determined not to break another rule for the rest of the day. That night was peaceful. I made sure all the doors were unlocked, turned off the lights by 11:25, and refused to answer any calls. When I slept, there were no strange dreams. No dreams at all, in fact. It was a truly restful night. The best sleep I had had in years. Despite my predicament, I awoke hopeful. Hopeful that I could weather the storm and survive the week. I was even able to write some more of my book. Not much, but enough to jumpstart my creativity. The next night didn't go nearly as well. 2:12 a.m. I had woken without cause. In an effort to fall back asleep, I shut my eyes and allowed my mind to wander. I thought of my book and the deadline. I thought of my eventual departure from the island. Before long, I thought of Charlotte and Leslie. The image of our once happy family would forever be seared into my broken heart. I felt my eyes begin to water, but something interrupted the sadness. A sound. Footsteps. My eyes opened and I sprang to life, sitting upright in bed. The footsteps stopped just outside the room. With a great deal of apprehension, I got out of bed, took a deep breath, and tiptoed to the door. When I turned to the knob and opened it, I found myself at the entrance of the house. With rule number 5 in mind, I shut the door and opened it again. I was now at the living room. Next was the bathroom. Then a hallway. A familiar hallway. Off in the distance, I heard the click of room 371's door. The tall shadow stepped out. The hall began to shrink. The figure closed the gap between us in a matter of seconds. Luckily, my will to live outweighed the fear that held me in place. I managed to shut the door just in time to prevent my demise. When I opened it again, the room was back where it was supposed to be. 3:47 a.m. Just as I was finally drifting back to sleep, the voices started. Hey Jack, enjoying your stay? Though frightened, rule number 6 came to mind, and I followed it. The voices were harmless, and I was not to converse with them. What's wrong, Jack? Hung up on Garrett's rules? That's no fun. I closed my eyes as the voice grew louder and hid beneath the covers. Don't hide, Jack. We won't hurt you. Honest. The footsteps were back, walking outside the room. They stopped at the door. He's here now, Jack. I can tell you how to make him go away, but you have to talk to me. The door creaked open, and the footsteps recommenced, walking over to the side of the bed. He's leaning over you now. I can make him leave. Just say the word. I couldn't give in to the ploy. I had to obey the rules. But then, there was a tug on the sheets. My heart nearly stopped. Wake up, Jack! I jolted to a sitting position. The room was empty and the door shut. It was a dream. But that didn't explain the hand-shaped impression on the edge of the bed. No matter the culprit, I would endure the torment. It was only a week. You can get through this, Jack. Leslie's face flashed in my mind and forced an unexpected tear out. You've been through so much worse. The next few nights came and went without issue. There were some dicey moments, but I learned to handle the odd voice here and there, and the room moving every now and again. I ignored knocks at the front door altogether, avoiding any and all potential repeats of the Hank incident. Night 6, however, was by far the worst. Some things never change. Dark clouds loomed over the ocean as the waves crashed into the island. Just like the night Leslie was killed, I became deeply engrossed in my writing, to the point that nothing in the world could have pulled me away. Even after everything that had happened in the house, I was somehow able to finish the book. Maybe the shock to my system inspired me. My fear had transformed into focus, granting me a greater mental clarity. When all was said and done, and the editing complete, there was a horrible revelation. According to my phone, it was 11:24 p.m. My heart sank to the depths of my soul as I raced across the house, shutting lights off, knocking over furniture and decorations in the process. When I came back to the bedroom to turn off the final light at the desk, I glanced at my phone once more. The readout is now etched into my memory. 11:26 p.m. I clicked off the light, praying that my phone's readout was somehow wrong and that I still had time. 11:27 p.m. The bedroom door slammed itself shut behind me. I jostled the knob and pushed my weight against it, but it remained unmoved. A swirling black vortex of smoke was expelled from beneath the bed. It covered the floor in an instant and began rising to fill the rest of the room. I had no intention of waiting to see what would happen to me in the darkness, so I flung myself at the window and shattered the glass, landing on my back in a bed of shrubbery below. The impact knocked the wind out of me. Shortly thereafter, I passed out. 11:38 p.m. I dreamt. I knew it was a dream and not the house's doing, because it was one I had had so many times before. The setting, my daughter's school. The bell rang, and a stampede of children rushed out into the world, excited to leave for the day and see their parents. The last person out was Leslie, left alone to her own devices. "Daddy, where are you?" Her eyes darted back and forth. I tried to call out to her, but much like the day in question, I wasn't there. In the dream, I was only an observer, forced to watch as the horror unfolded before me. Leslie waited for 15 long minutes before heading off in the direction of our home. I bore witness to her trek, a poor girl alone in the cold. And then, it happened. Dream tears flooded my field of view as a car swerved and the heart-wrenching scream of that beautiful young girl rang through the winter air. 11:56 p.m. I woke up on the ground, covered in tears and broken glass. The ocean waves crashed against the walls of the house. There was no time to waste. Without my phone, I didn't know exactly what time it was, but it had to be close to midnight. Another broken rule would only make matters worse. I raced to the front door, opened it, and swiftly shut it behind me, somewhat thankful to be back in the house, but also somewhat terrified. The coming moments would echo the latter emotion, adding to my woes. 12:05 a.m. I was able to open the bedroom door and retrieve my phone. Luckily, the smoke had vanished. Upon venturing back down to the living room, I was shattered, just like the glass on the ground outside. There, sitting on the couch where Hank sat before, was Leslie. My Leslie. I reached the bottom step and nearly fell to my knees, almost forgetting to breathe in the process. She was the same. Exactly the same. Every feature identical to the day I last saw her. How was this possible? "Hi, Daddy." Her voice pulled a wave of emotion out of me, stronger than anything I had ever felt before. Was it really her? Was this really my precious Leslie, brought back to life? Surely this wasn't the house's doing. Was it? "Sweetheart, is that you? Is it really you?" She looked over at me with innocent eyes. "Yes, Daddy, it's me." I ran over to her and took her in my arms, my face now drenched in an ocean of tears. "Oh, Leslie, sweetheart, I missed you so much. I missed you so much." I pulled away to get a better look at her. That's when I saw it. For an instant, in between blinks, her eyes were solid pools of black. This was not my Leslie. I backed away at once. "What's wrong, Daddy?" I continued my retreat to the stairs. "You're not real. This isn't real. We buried you." Her next words stopped me in my tracks. "No, Daddy. You buried me." Her eyes locked with mine as I cried. "You killed me. You're the reason I'm dead." I took a pained breath before responding. "You're right. I was a terrible father, and I deserve every moment of torture this house puts me through. If I ever get out of here, I'm going to visit your grave for the first time and tell you how sorry I am, and how much I've missed you over the years. Not a day goes by that the guilt doesn't eat me up inside." I swallowed the lump in my throat and wiped away the tears as she looked up at me, her head tilted in observation. "But you're not her." I ran up those stairs as fast as I could. Leslie's piercing screams echoed through the house, followed by the sound of every window breaking in reaction to the pitch. Once in the bedroom, I closed the door behind me and slid down into a sitting position on the floor against it, utterly defeated and emotionally drained. I pulled out my phone and dialed Jessica's number. After 2 tones, she picked up. "What is it this time? Don't tell me you broke another rule." "I think I'm going to die tonight, Jessica." Her perturbed tone vanished, replaced with concern. "Jack, what did you do? What's going on over there?" "I can't fight it anymore. It's too much." As much as I wanted to live, I could feel myself giving up. I don't even know why I called her. She couldn't help. The lever was gone, and it was past midnight. The storm outside was destroying the house. Soon I would be swept out to sea, never to be heard from again. "Hold on, Jack. I'll be there soon." Click. She wouldn't be coming. Even if the ferries ran that late, they wouldn't dare operate in a storm that violent. The end was near, and I could feel it. 1:13 a.m. After a good long while of wallowing in self-pity, there was a knock at the front door. Jessica? No, it couldn't be. I cautiously exited the bedroom and slowly descended the staircase to the living room below. The storm raged on outside, a gust of wind howling through the house. In reaching the bottom step, I noticed that the coast was clear. Leslie's ghost was nowhere in sight. As quickly as I could, without drawing any unwanted attention to myself, I pattered over to the door and opened it. Behind it was a beautiful woman in her 30s, black hair, peach skin, and a tasteful spattering of freckles on either side of her nose. "Jessica?" I asked. "Who else would it be?" Her voice and sassy attitude answered my question in spades. I stepped aside and she barged in, clearly upset. I closed the door behind her, careful not to lock it and risk breaking another rule. I was less scared of the supernatural consequences than I was of Jessica's fury. "You really had me worried, Jack. What did you do, anyway?" Before I could answer, a small figure appeared from behind the couch. It was Leslie. Jessica followed my gaze and looked across the room. Jack, who's that? My daughter. I didn't know she was here with you. You don't understand. My daughter has been dead for 2 years. Jessica backed up to the door where I was still standing. Oh, I see. Just as before, Leslie let out an awful shriek that rang through the house. It was louder than before, much louder. Jessica turned to me, our hands cupping our ears. Jack, we need to get out of here. Follow me. We raced past Leslie and up the stairs to the bedroom. Okay, Jack, let's get going. She shut the door and opened it. She continued this routine, revealing the many rooms of the house. At one point, it opened up into the living room. Jessica quickly slammed it shut before Leslie could make her way in to get to us. Finally, it opened up into the hallway. Yes, that hallway. Jessica grabbed my wrist. Come on, let's go. I yanked my arm back in refusal. Are you insane? I've been in there and I don't plan on going back. Have you seen room 371? Jessica let out one of her signature sighs. Yes, I know all about it. So long as we get to where we're going before the shadow notices, we'll be fine. Now come on, we don't have a whole lot of time here. I reluctantly respected her wishes. I wasn't keen on facing that ominous stretch of hall again, but Jessica's advice hadn't failed me yet. Besides, I was ready to die just an hour ago. Whatever fate would befall me in there couldn't be any worse than seeing my dead daughter resurrected. Okay, Jessica, I'm ready. 1:36 a.m. Matching each other's pace, step for step, we disappeared into the dark hallway, the bedroom door closing behind us. I whispered, so as not to wake the beast. Where are we going anyway? None of the doors down here open. Without hesitation, she answered, one does. It took a moment for it to sink in. No, Jessica, are you serious? I can't go in that room. It lives in there. She turned to me and put her hands on either side of my face. She stared into my eyes with a look of pure kindness. I was taken aback by the unexpected intimacy. Jack, you need to calm down. Just trust me. We are going to be fine, I promise. As far as explanations go, that was pretty vague. Still, it was reassuring. I can't explain it, but I was compelled to believe her. There was something about Jessica I really liked. A warmth that radiated around her. A contagious, soothing force. We continued down the hall, and I didn't bring up my reservations again. 1:42 a.m. We reached the door. This was it, the moment of truth. I was about to open it when Jessica pulled my hand back. In order for this to work, you need to knock 3 times. No more and no less. I nodded in agreement. I raised my hand to the wood and knocked precisely 3 times. A deep anxiety racked my nerves as the anticipation grew. After a few moments, the door was pulled open, revealing the shadowy figure within. It stepped away and motioned for us to enter. I looked over to Jessica for approval. She nodded and followed me in. The entity softly closed the door behind us. It then walked over to where we stood and changed. Its dark form turned to light, illuminating the rest of the room. It was the bedroom, only it wasn't exactly the same. Something was amiss. I couldn't quite put my finger on it. It just felt different. The bright figure then shrunk down to a glowing orb and drifted away, phasing through one of the walls, leaving us by ourselves. Moonlight shone through the window. The glass wasn't broken anymore. There was no storm outside. Everything was pristine. Jessica, what just happened? This is the house's safe space, a fail-safe for when too many rules are broken. She could tell I wasn't following. It's a copy of the bedroom from just before things went south. A moment suspended in time that we can stay in for a while. At dawn, everything will revert to normal. Why didn't you tell me about it before? Honestly, it's a risky move. The shadow is a fickle being. When you enter room 371, there's only a 50% chance he'll accept your entrance. Otherwise, you're doomed. I couldn't believe it. You're telling me that we could have died? You risked our lives on a 50% chance? She came over and placed her hands on my face again. Jack, we're safe. There's no need to be angry. Relax. We would have died anyway at the hands of the house. This was our only option. She was right. Honestly, I was happy she was there. Without her, I would have been a goner. 3:17 a.m. Jessica spent some time going over my manuscript. I filled in some of the blanks so she could skip the more fatty sections and finish before bed. Jack, this is beautiful. I wasn't so sure. Maybe I put too much of myself in it. Maybe the blood I poured onto the pages covered up the meaning. Who in their right mind would want to swim through my despair to reach a story even I wasn't sure I believed in? It's about you, isn't it, Jack? This is your life from the moment your daughter died to now. I felt myself unraveling. I'm tired, Jessica. I think I'm going to call it a night. I offered her a half smile, waltzed over to the bed, and laid down. To my surprise, she laid down with me and placed her hand on my chest. It's okay, Jack. I've never lost a child, so I can't imagine the kind of things you're dealing with. I do know that things will never be the same. That doesn't mean you have to give up. What would your daughter have wanted? There was no fighting my tears any longer. You don't understand, Jessica. I'm responsible. She was waiting for me when it happened. I was her father and I wasn't there for her when she needed me. Jessica didn't respond. I sobbed until there was nothing left in me. When the moment passed, I asked her a question. Why do these things happen here? Honestly, I don't really know. We turned to each other. Her warmth reared its head again, inviting me to come to it. Our lips met, and with it, an intense feeling was born, like nothing I had ever felt. A somber, quiet energy filled the air and coated the room. In a turn of events I will never fully fathom, Jessica and I made love. 5:32 a.m. Jessica fell asleep in my arms. I stayed awake, content for the first time in years. Then, a familiar disembodied voice burrowed into my ear and poisoned my mind. What you're feeling isn't real. By this point, I was all too familiar with the voices and their antics. I ignored its statement. She does this to every tenant. She's a seductress. I was tempted to reply, but conversing was forbidden. I couldn't afford a broken rule this close to the finish line. Only 2 people are allowed in, Jack. 2. It's a simple rule. What did that have to do with anything? What was the voice up to? Jessica was one of the 2. Despite my unrest, I continued to bite my tongue. Always ask for last names. There was a moment of pause before the realization washed over me. I gasped. A rule had indeed been broken. I jumped and backed into the corner of the room. Jessica was standing next to the bed. I hadn't even seen her get up. Jack, are you okay? My breathing became labored. It was hard to construct my query in a normal fashion. Jessica, are you really you? What is your last name? The light left her face. Her now empty eyes cut right through me. I slid to the floor. A long period of silence passed before anything changed. Before she changed. 5:51 a.m. Jessica's face widened. Her eyes became large, as if physically engorged with bloodlust. She lunged at me. I dodged the attack and hit the door hard. I reached for the knob, but it wouldn't turn. Jessica's new form spoke, a gurgling metallic sound that ricocheted off the walls. It looks like you're stuck with me, Jack. She lunged again. I slid under the bed to escape her reach. Her feet paced around its perimeter, a predator circling its prey. It was just a matter of time now. I closed my eyes and thought of Charlotte and Leslie playing in the snow, the last day I saw them together. This would be my final thought as death approached. As beautiful a thought as one could have before dying. At least now, I could be with her again. A pained outcry from Jessica broke my concentration. The light in the room had changed. I rolled out from underneath the bed and saw her writhing in the corner. The sun was coming up over the horizon outside. This was my chance. I raced over to Jessica and clenched her neck. She struggled, but was too weak to break free. I forced her against the window. Her skin melted, dripping like candle wax to the floor. Her hair burned to a crisp. I looked to her eyes for even a shred of humanity. Something that might convince me to spare her for all she had meant to me. There was none. Only malice. In that moment, I sincerely wished that she had been real. Goodbye, Jessica. With as much force as I could muster, I pushed her through the window. Her form disintegrated before it could reach the ground. The wind carried her ashes away into the endless expanse of the ocean. She was no more. The house was still. Hours passed. As my rental period came to a close, I sat in the living room and reflected on the events of the week. In a weird way, I had come to terms with Leslie's death. The guilt would always be there, but I felt I could move on now, free of the restraints that once bound me. Knock, knock. I opened the door and let Garrett in. Your ferry awaits. I nodded and gathered my things. I was anxious to leave, but felt the need to ask him something first. Garrett, what is this place? He smirked. Many words come to mind. Anomaly, portal, impossibility. I personally think it's a mirror, showing us ourselves in a way we never thought possible. A place where our past and present intersect. Perhaps the right word for it is closure. I smiled. You might be onto something, Garrett. Splendid. Splendid. Does that mean you'll leave a good review? I chuckled. You know what? I'll do it right now. I opened the app and clicked through to the listing. A bit of information caught my eye as I scrolled. Checkout time, 12 p.m. I looked up at the readout at the top of my phone's display. It turned from 11:59 to 12 as I watched. I let someone in before time was up, meaning a rule had been broken. The note at the end of the list came to mind as the dread set in. I will come to collect you, but only when the rental period is over. Not a moment sooner. That wasn't Garrett. I looked up to see him standing directly in front of me. Something wrong, Jack? I dropped my things and ran out to the dock as fast as I could. The ferry had just arrived. The real Garrett aboard, motioning for me to hurry. After boarding, I turned back and looked at the house one last time. I was 13 when I learned it was possible to fear something to the very depths of your being, to the point where your bones are weary from the weight of fighting it, and every exhalation only grants temporary respite from your unspoken terror before it swells in strength to consume you wholly upon inhaling. I was 17 when I learned it was possible to love something just as strongly. Smoke turned lazy pirouettes in the air between us as Priya took another drag off her cigarette before extinguishing it delicately under her battered Doc Martens and turning to me with a smirk. Ready? I immediately hopped off the hood of her beat-up teal 99 Corolla and jumped in the passenger seat. Let's go. I told Zach we'd meet them there. As we drove, I couldn't help but keep glancing over at Priya. I had memorized her profile long ago, maybe even the moment I first spotted her across the classroom at the beginning of the school year, 10 months prior. I was used to moving around, thanks to my military parents' mistaken belief in the concept of anchor babies to save their relationship. It didn't, but at least I got some sympathy presents every time their personal ping-pong battle over me caused me to be uprooted again. She had caught my eye that first day and held it ever since. Thick black hair, slightly unruly, fell over her flannel-clad shoulders. Deep brown eyes ringed with intentionally unintentional looking black, set in a solemn face. They winced slightly as we all heard the teacher stumbling over her name. Priyadarshini? Just call me Priya, please. Yeah, sorry about that, Priya. Jacob Isington. A boy to my left raised his hand as I watched Priya roll her eyes at the repeated mispronunciation and look around the room. Her gaze landed on mine for the briefest of seconds before I quickly focused intently on how suddenly fascinating my notebook had become. The next day after class, she was lingering just past the doorway as we all filed dutifully out like tired ants. Hey, you're new here, right? What's your name? I shoved my hands deep into my jean pockets and pretended I couldn't feel my face growing hot. Eden. I caught my first glimpse of the smile that still held me mesmerized then. Eden, hello. I snapped out of my reverie and realized we had already made it to the reservoir. Oh, sorry, I zoned out. I scrambled out of the car and walked over to her side, trying to pretend the sound of the rushing water didn't terrify me. Wow, it's bigger than I thought. I still can't believe you've never been out here. You've been here almost a year? I should have brought you out to see it way sooner. Isn't it gorgeous? I tore my eyes away from Priya to look at the roaring falls in front of us. Yes, it is. My heart sputtered as she grabbed my hand and pulled me over closer to the water. Look, I see Zach and Charlie over there. Let's go. 30 minutes later, I was thoroughly stoned and attempting to pretend I wasn't, even though the other three were clearly just as far gone. It's weird how big water is, isn't it? Like, how did nature just know to make the falls and have them lead into the reservoir? Charlie mused before stifling a deep cough. I nodded and tried to think of something equally insightful to say back. Yeah, man, I responded. It's crazy. Oh well. We sat and continued smoking until the sun set. The woods looked different in the dusk, no longer lush and inviting. Suddenly, the air felt brisk and foreboding. The rolling crashes of the water sounded much more ominous, and I could feel anxiety beginning to gnaw at my mind as I tried to fight its grip. It's okay, Eden. It's okay. Nobody here knows why you're afraid of it. No one knows about what happened. You're all right. You're safe with friends. Focus on Priya. For the millionth time, I studied her features as if they were the most important test I'd ever take. In a way, they were. I traced a path along the arches of her eyebrows, the crinkles in the corners of her eyes, and down to 3 freckles she hated that I so loved, that made a triangle between her mouth, ear, and just under the shelf of her jaw. I felt my breath beginning to slow back to a normal rate, as though the sheer loveliness of her physical existence was a tonic or pill soothing my stresses. I closed my eyes, and the memories of things I had vowed never to revisit were replaced by the lingering image of her smile. When I was 13, my parents were freshly navigating their divorce. So far, their plan appeared to be scream at each other at every interaction and force my little brother and me into the middle of each battle. Cody. He was 4 years younger, and eternally trying to convince me that didn't mean he was any less cool, even though it definitely did. After all, I was an 8th grader, and he was barely in 4th. That's practically a baby. We were living in Michigan at the time, and it was my responsibility to walk the 2 blocks from the middle school to his elementary and pick him up so we could head home together. Quintessential latchkey kids. I tried to romanticize the term and tell us both that it meant we were entrusted to go on clandestine adult adventures for 3 hours a day, 5 days a week. And not that it meant that whichever parent had us that week would be too exhausted to do anything other than make sure our homework was done and we were fed before ignoring us the rest of the evening. I'll never know what made me decide that day was different, that we needed an actual adventure. I'll regret that day as long as I live. "Come on, Cody," I called back as he ran as fast as his 9-year-old legs could try to catch up. "I brought stuff so we can have a picnic." We raced each other to the water's edge and sat as close to it as we could without scaring ourselves. We munched our snacks and drank the secret sodas we weren't allowed to have and chatted giddily about how dumb the kids in our respective classes are. I laughed until I cried at Cody's impersonation of this bonehead named Gabe, who'd snorted milk up his nose at lunch. We were both filled with an enhanced glee from the fact that we were out on pilfered time, enjoying some blissful peace away from the angry shouting and bitter neglect of our parents. "Eden, I have a baseball in my bag. Can we please play catch for a while before we go? Please?" Cody pleaded, bouncing up and down with eagerness. "Sure, dude," I laughed back. "We only have about 20 minutes before we need to head home, though." "Oh boy, that's plenty of time," Cody exclaimed as he ran to put some distance between us before releasing the ball. I watched it soar toward me and smiled a genuine grin for the first time in months as I caught it and threw it back. Sure, we all know little brothers are annoying, but I guess mine wasn't so bad sometimes. We tossed the ball back and forth, laughing when one of us missed the catch, or the other had to run to chase it. I leaned exaggeratedly far back, twirling my arm around in the air, dramatically. "Okay, get ready, Cody. This one's gonna put Babe Ruth to shame." The ball rocketed through the air, higher than I'd even honestly thought I could throw. Cody began running backwards, determined to make one final glorious catch to make us both proud. And then he tripped. I watched, horrified, frozen in place, as he stumbled and flailed, fighting to regain his balance. Oh God, he wasn't going to be able to. He was too close to the edge. Why had we played so close to the water? There is nothing in the world that can ever prepare you for the sight of your loved one's mangled body lying small and bloodied on a bed of rocks. Water rushing up to embrace them, as though it was trying to wash away the carnage and return what fate had just stolen. My parents claimed they forgave me, but it was obvious they didn't. As much as that hurt me, I knew they were right. It was my fault. I moved away again with my mom shortly after, to a 2-bedroom apartment where we could pretend that we had never needed a home that had a third. "Eden, you okay? You've been acting off ever since we went to the reservoir the other day. Is something going on?" Priya's concerned expression met mine as she reached out to rub my arm. "You know I'm here for you, right?" I tried to smile, but we both knew I looked and felt like crap. I'd seen my own face, hollow-looking, with shadows under the eyes, in the mirror. "Yeah, I'm all right, thanks. I just haven't been sleeping well lately." That much, at least, was true, though I left out the fact that I had been having dreams of Cody every evening. I could have sworn I was even seeing glimpses of him out of the corner of my eye sometimes. We resumed chatting about mundane things, and then returned to class. The time since we had gone to the lake all began to blur together as it passed, days fading into weeks, save for one thing out of the ordinary. I was now certain I was seeing Cody everywhere I went. I'd be jotting down notes in creative writing and look up to see him peeking around the corner of the ajar classroom door, or cooking myself dinner and hear footsteps across the room and turn to look, only to see him dart out of sight. I had been sitting in the passenger seat of Priya's car and jolt to attention because I was convinced I had seen Cody jumping rope in a neighbor's yard or playing on the monkey bars in the park. I was sleeping less than ever and just pretending I was fine when anyone asked. 3 haunted weeks passed before Priya told me that we had to go back to the water. "I know you didn't love it there last time, but it'll be so fun, Eden. You have to come. It's Charlie's birthday, and we're all meeting up there. Please? For me? She asked, grinning and squeezing my hand quickly. I could feel myself flushing with nervousness and excitement from the contact, despite how weary I was. Okay, I'll do it for you. That night, I dreamt about Cody again. We were back in Michigan, enjoying our picnic and laughing in the sunshine when he suggested playing catch. I immediately said no. I couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible would happen if we did, even after such an idyllic afternoon on our secret adventure. Cody begged and pleaded until I eventually gave in. In time, I shook off the dread that had overcome me, and I laughed as I wound up theatrically. Okay, get ready, Cody. This one's gonna put Babe Ruth to shame. The ball rocketed through the air, higher than I'd even honestly thought I could throw. Cody began running backwards, determined to make one final glorious catch to make us both proud. And then he tripped. I watched, horrified, frozen in place, as he stumbled and flailed, fighting to regain his balance. He wasn't going to be able to. He was too close to the edge. Why had we played so close to the water? There is nothing in the world that can ever prepare you for the sight of your loved one's mangled body, lying small and bloodied on a bed of rocks, water rushing up to embrace them, as though it was trying to wash away the carnage and return what fate had just stolen. I bent over the ground, retching and sobbing from what I had seen, hysterical with fear and shock. Eden! Eden! Cody's voice cried from beyond the falls. He was alive. How could it be? His body had been so shattered. I didn't understand. I raced to make it over to the edge, scrambling to climb down to him. Eden! Came his scream from below. I stopped panicking, scurrying momentarily to look at him. I wished I hadn't. His skull was decimated. White fragments of bone gleamed from underneath electric red blood, with bits of gray poking out from between the shards. I realized with sinking horror that I was seeing pieces of his brain emerging from the safety of its home. His legs lay askew in directions they weren't naturally intended to, and one arm was cocked up above his shoulders, almost pressed to his face in a pseudo-comical, "aw shucks, how did I do this" pose. I watched with growing terror as he sat up. Eden, wake up, he bellowed. The next day was pure hell. I shambled through my classes like a zombie. I saw Cody everywhere I went. He was sitting next to me in AP History. He was outside on a bench during lunch. He accompanied Priya and me in the backseat of her car on our trip to the reservoir. He never said a word, only casting mournful looks at me every time I was unsuccessful in avoiding his eye contact. We silently got out of the car as a trio, both Priya and Cody sending concerned glances my way as we gathered the birthday supplies from the trunk and began trekking over to the old bridge where everyone else was gathered. We had just made it across the creaking bridge when Priya exclaimed, "Crap, I forgot the lighter for the candles. I'll be right back. You guys get set up." Before I could respond, Cody let out an ear-piercing scream. No one reacted. He stood there, stock still, mouth open in an unwavering wail of terror and pain, as everyone carried on laughing and arranging the food and decorations. I turned to look back at Priya, who was trotting across the bridge. It began to sway as she neared the end. It began to collapse right as she was almost off of it. It dangled mockingly as she tumbled into the depths below. "Priya!" I screamed with an agony and fear I hadn't felt in 4 years. Without any hesitation or thought of anything beyond saving Priya, I dove into the raging waters after her. I came up sputtering and gasping for air, frantically trying to make my way to where she was. I had to get to her. I had to help her. I couldn't lose another person I loved. I fought against the flow of the water, battling with every ounce of determination in me. I wasn't going to make it to her. I struggled to keep my head above the water and saw a cluster of thick branches poking out several feet from the side of the reservoir's edge, and pulled myself onto the sturdiest one. "Priya, swim to me!" I watched as she bobbed up and down in the water, coughing and choking as she tried to stay afloat. She looked disoriented, turning rapidly in every direction with no idea where salvation lay. I could hear our friends racing down the path to the water, but they were still too far away. There was no one who could help her but me. Please don't let me lose anyone else. I called out again and began pushing my way toward her, still clutching the branch with all my might. "Priya, I'm here. I've got you. Just come a little bit forward, and I can help you. Priya, please, listen to me. I love you. I can't lose you." I was growing more fatigued by the second. My arms felt like lead as they continued to hold onto the branch as I wrestled my way toward her. With terror in her eyes, she looked at me and tried to say something before diving under the water. "No. Priya!" I fought with a renewed vigor to get to her and realized she was trying to swim to me. I battled against the current until I was almost to her. "Priya, grab onto the branch." She had been under the water too long. Where was she? Panicked, I ducked under the surface myself, trying to see through the choppy waves to where she was, but not making out her form anywhere. I clung to the branch like a life raft as I grappled my way through the water, heart sinking with each passing moment. I couldn't bear the thought of losing someone else so dear to me. Not again. I couldn't live with that soul-rending anguish again. I didn't want to live through it again. I burst back up to the air, panting, feeling tears and water streaming down my face, when suddenly I felt a hand grab onto mine. I jerked at the sensation and began bawling upon seeing who was holding me. Priya. No sight in the world had ever felt more like home than her eyes. I was able to drape her arms around the branch too, as we both bobbled in the water. By that time, the others had already made their way down the path and began to form a chain to pull us out. As we were being hauled from the water, shivering and sobbing, I glanced up at the broken remnants of the bridge and saw a small figure darting back into the trees beyond. "Thank you, Cody. I miss you." I looked back at Priya, lying collapsed on the ground next to me. I watched as she coughed and weakly reached her hand out to mine, intertwining our fingers. "I love you too, Eden." My mom has always struggled with her weight and body image, so I suppose that's what drew him to her. Despite her problems, she never let it ruin her spirit and zest for life. There was never a day a smile wasn't on her face. She was smiling the day he walked through the doors of the community center and introduced himself as the genius behind a radical new weight loss program. He was as skinny as a rake, gangly, gaunt, and tall, and yet he claimed to have been medically diagnosed as morbidly obese just a week prior. I didn't like the look of him. I always came with my mom to her Weight Watchers meetings for moral support. I never had an issue with any of the other people who took the class, but this man, there was something unnerving about his piano key smile and his slick black hair, door-to-door salesman look. "Just take one pill a day and the weight will just drop off." He grinned as he held up a black capsule in his fingers. What was most upsetting was the eagerness of my mom and the others to try these pills out. I strongly and vocally protested against using them. I mean, the pills could have been anything, and diet pills aren't exactly known for being safe at the best of times. However, my mom and the others looked at me like I was some outsider, an intrusive voice who didn't know what it was like to be one of them. "Well, young man, I understand your hesitation, but I assure you, I have taken them myself. They are perfectly safe and totally organic," preached the salesman. Ken, a great swell of a man, asked how much they would cost. Nothing at all," answered the man with a wide grin. If I wasn't suspicious before, I was now. Nothing in this world is free. I could see my disbelief was offending the group and upsetting my mom, so I kept my mouth shut, whilst my mom and the others rushed up and snatched box after box. 1 pill a day for 1 week. Eat anything you want and gain nothing. That saying, if it sounded too good, it probably is, comes to mind. However, I didn't want to upset my mom, so when she started taking the pills, I was supportive and kept my doubts to myself. To my surprise, it seemed to be working. She would gorge herself like a beast, devouring an all-you-can-eat buffet in one sitting. And yet when she'd get on the scales the next morning, she hadn't gained a pound. Stranger still was the slime. Around the same time of my mom's new diet, slime trails like that of a slug began to appear in the house. They were far larger than slug trails though, and they seemed to slither through the house and out through the cat flap. I told my mom, but she didn't seem bothered. In fact, all she was interested in was eating. I wasn't sure if it was because she was actually hungry, or whether it was because she wanted to prove how good the pills were. McDonald's, Domino's, KFC, and Wendy's, you name it, and she would shovel it in. She was like a starved animal, gluttonous and unending in her appetite. But she told me not to worry. She had the pills. They would keep her from gaining weight. Eventually, though, her pills ran out, and that's when things went from weird to bad. Mom started dropping the weight like crazy. She went from like an XL to a large in a day, and then a day after that, she was down to a small. In a matter of a week, her body was like a skeleton, her clothes hanging off her like blankets. But she was thrilled. "Look how thin I am. Aren't I beautiful?" she said, looking at herself in the mirrors. I wanted to tell her she was always beautiful, but I didn't. "Yeah, Mom, you look amazing," I said. However, she just got thinner and thinner. After my mom became bedbound and nearly unable to breathe, I stayed by her bed every night, often falling asleep in the armchair near her. One night, I heard an unusual sound. Slurping. The sound was disgusting, and eventually it roused me from my slumber. When I opened my eyes, I let out an audible gasp, swallowing all the air in the room. Before me was a shocking sight. Sucking on my mother's flesh were countless white, bulbous leech-like things. They were everywhere, each the size of a football, and all of them voraciously snacking on my mother. Shocked and reviled, I began yanking and pulling their sucker-like mouths from her skin. Yet no matter how many I removed, more seemed to appear out of nowhere. Each of the slimy slugs sucked and slurped upon my mother, her skin shriveling around their mouths. Where did they all come from? I thought. But as I started snatching them from her, I got my answer. One of the bloated white things swelled from my mom's stomach, growing from her like a fat-filled boil before wriggling free from her. All of a sudden, the worming fat spawn stopped feeding and began wriggling away from her, dropping to the ground and slithering in unison, as if they were following an invisible road. I followed them to the back door, where they exited through the cat flap and journeyed outside. Stepping outside, I found the strange salesman standing there in his skeletal frame, wrapped in a tight-fitting black suit. "Desperation, there's nothing sweeter, is there?" The man grinned, his white, crooked teeth smiling like a hungry animal. I went to demand what he was doing in my back garden. When it happened, he plucked up one of the white fat spawn and swallowed it, alive and wriggling. "Delicious," the man smiled. I asked what he was, and he took great delight in telling me. "I'm the hunger in all beasts. I'm the fowler of water, the whimper of the starving. I take all you have and rob the land," he declared. One by one, the wriggling white worms crawled onto the man, sinking into his skin and clothes. They became one with him, fed him even. The process caused him to let out a disturbing, orgasmic sound that gave me shivers. I demanded that he saved her, stop whatever he had started, but he refused. Instead, he just kept laughing to himself, entertained by my utter inability to do anything. "You're a clever kid. Your mom should have listened to you. Alas, I can't help you. I've got a prior engagement with my brothers." The man grinned. Then, out of the night, came striding a great black stallion. It was as emaciated as the salesman and had large, white, snooker ball eyes. This horse, this man, I knew who he was. I went to Sunday school. My mom demanded it. It was famine, the great hunger. My shock and bewilderment brought a smile to the gaunt fellow's face as he mounted his horse. I picked up a wooden fence post, but before I could move towards him, his head twisted around and froze me with his gaze. My stomach clenched up, my skin tightened, and my head spun inside its skull. "Hunger can't be fought, lad," he smirked, and with that I fell to the ground, exhausted and drained. I could do nothing to stop him as he rode off into the night. I never saw him again, and people just seemed to forget him. Even me and my mom couldn't recall the name he gave us when he entered our community center. The only thing he left behind, the only evidence of his presence, were the hungry. Mom, Ken, Mrs. Hodge from down the road, and the rest of the Weight Watchers bunch were all hospitalized with a case of deliberate starvation. I explained to the doctors that it was the pills and the man, but they didn't believe me. The weight continues to drop off my mom and continues to crawl away. To where the fat worms slither, I do not know. She's little more than a skeleton now, but my mom always looks to me, every day, with a wheezing smile and asks if she is still beautiful, and I always say the same thing. "Yeah, Mom, you look amazing," I'd whisper. So let this be a lesson. If a man offers to make you thin, do not trust him. Do not take that pill. You are perfect, just the way you are. She was referred to me by a colleague. I read through her case file as I always do with new patients. This one was another object in the brain. The usual course would be me moving the object, follow-ups with the patient as they recover, yearly scans, and so forth. It was probably another brain tumor. I am a surgeon, and I don't have a set specialty, unless removing objects and tumors from every corner of the body is a specialty. A tumor in the brain that no brain surgeon dares touch? Come see me. I'll gladly attempt removal. Oftentimes, I can completely remove the tumor. As I said, I deal with strange cases. My office door opens as a raven-haired woman in her early 20s entered. Her blue eyes dart around, fearfully, resting on George, floating serenely inside his jar. I stand and hold out my hand. "Don't mind George. He can be rather nerve-wracking when you don't expect him," I said. "I'm Dr. Strand. Please sit." We sit. The woman is still eyeing George warily. I reached over and turned the jar. George's single eye is open. It winks at me and closes. I swear George is alive sometimes. Inside, I'm doing the happy dance. This case is going into the journal for sure. George only does this for very promising cases. "What brings you to me this fine day?" "I got picked up in a CT scan," the woman responded nervously. "My name is Hannah. I was referred to you by Dr. Charles." Looking back now, those words should have clued me in. "I see. Any symptoms?" I moved through my usual line of questions. "Anna had a concussion. She was scanned while still unconscious, and I was found. Doctor, please don't cut me out. Anna needs me," Hannah said. "Psychosis." I wrote it down. "I'm scheduling you for surgery tonight, Hannah. You will feel much better after." I paged my nurse, Miss Tanning. "Tan, prepare room 2 for Hannah." "You don't understand, Doctor," Hannah pleaded. Let me explain. That's just the tumor talking, I reassured. I'm not a tumor. That's enough now. I drew a syringe filled with amber fluid. This will help calm you. With deft movements, I had Hannah sedated by the time Miss Tanning entered with a wheelchair. While she took care of Hannah, I looked down at George. He was blinking his eye and wiggling his single finger. A little about George. He was removed during the 1950s by my grandfather. He was such an anomaly that Grandpa had him preserved in a jar, which he displayed on his desk. After Grandpa passed, I inherited George. For being a mismatch of body parts and flesh, he was kind of cool. I left my office to go prepare my OR. This should be a rather quick surgery. The tumor rested against the brain, and it looked like a single vein connected it to the brain. After preparing my OR, I showered thoroughly and changed into my scrubs. Again, I studied the images. Yep, this should be quick, an hour at most. Tanning wheeled Hannah into the room. She had shaved her head and marked the area I would be working on. I hummed softly as Hannah was put under. Once she was out, I went to work. Opening the brain case, I heard a scream. "Don't remove me!" Tana and I looked at each other. I exposed more of the tumor. It didn't look like a tumor usually does. It looked like a tiny baby. Again, the thing spoke. "Please don't remove me. Anna will die without me." As I deal with the strange, I wasn't surprised. "Hannah will be just fine without you." I continued cutting. "No, you don't understand. I'm Hannah." I cut it free. "No, no." The thing expired in my hand. Setting it aside, I sewed Hannah back up. "That's the third one to talk," Tanning said to me as we stood over the tiny body. "Yes, it is. It is nothing more than a parasite living off its host." I began to dissect it. How some of them can talk when they don't even have the parts needed to do so is beyond me. This one has a mouth at least. "What do you make of it?" Tanning asked minutes later. Suspicion was setting in. The tumor had called itself Hannah and clearly didn't want to be removed. But why? "I might have killed the patient, Tanning. This isn't a parasite in the normal sense." "What do you mean?" "Normally in these cases, the parasitic twin is never alive. In this case, it's Anna, as Hannah called her, who was never alive." "You mean Anna was the parasite, and not that?" Tanning pointed at Hannah on the table. "That's right." A little about me. I am a personal trainer, and I share a space in an office that also has an acupuncturist and a chiropractor. Usually they operate during the day, and I will go around 7 or 8 p.m. at night to work out and do the heavy lifting so their clients don't have to hear metal clinking or banging in another room. As a preface, every once in a while, the door will unlock and a cleaning person will come in. The door will chime and they will clean and leave. The family that cleans the building is Hispanic. Usually, a taller man who is very nice will clean our office, and a woman I assume is his wife will walk around with a trash bag and pick up the other buildings in the area. Tonight was the usual routine. Go to the office, drop off some paperwork, and squeeze in an evening workout. I'm putting away some stuff and printing off a few things, and I hear the door unlock. The door is older, and it makes a very distinct clink sound when the key turns in it. The door chimes and a man comes in, asking me in Spanish if he can come in. I don't speak Spanish, and he repeats in English, "Can I come inside?" Of course, I think it's one of the members of the family to come clean, and I say yes. It isn't until 10 minutes later, after I go to throw away something, that I notice the trash is still there, and this man is just sitting in front of the door. I didn't want to be rude, but I did not understand why on a Sunday night at 8:30 p.m. this guy is just sitting here in the office, alone with me. I text the chiropractor and tell her what's going on, to which she calls me immediately and says, You need to leave. There is a button on the alarm to notify the police. Do you want me to come over? I tell her yes, and I grab my stuff and approach the man. I tell him, I'm leaving for the night and turning on the alarm, so you need to leave. He looks at me and shakes his head and says no, very firmly. I freeze up, thankful that I still have someone on the phone, and say, why are you here? He mumbles something along the lines of, I'm on probation. I tell him that the office isn't for probation, and in my mind, I'm thinking, why would someone be reporting to an officer at 8:30 p.m. on a Sunday? This office is holistic. We have Buddhas and incense around. It says Oriental medicine on the door. He stands up and blocks the door. He starts asking what the office really is, and I tell him it's for an acupuncturist and other specialties. As I'm telling this story, I wonder why he cared to know. It wasn't for probation. Why would he care so much to know what the office was? I wonder if I made a mistake in telling him. He then pulls out his phone and begins to scroll through it. He says he doesn't know the address and maybe I can help him, suggesting I walk over to peer at his phone. I tell him I can't help him and he needs to leave. He scrolls for 5 minutes on his phone, and at this point, I am hoping the Cairo will get here soon. He holds his phone up at me and shows me a random list of 20 to 30 addresses. I tell him, maybe what you are looking for is across the street, but not here. You need to leave. He seems hesitant to leave, but finally turns around and walks out slowly. As soon as he gets outside, I lock the door. I guess it didn't matter because this man somehow had a key and got in, but I locked that door as soon as I could. It was only then that I noticed there was a van parked in front of my car outside. This man gets in the passenger side, so he isn't alone. I decide to wait until the car leaves before I get in my own car. The way they parked, it would only take them backing up 5 feet to box me into the space. The van is huge, with suicide doors on the back, and it then proceeds to wait for 15 minutes before slowly pulling out. It stops in front of the office as if they are taking one last look at the building, and then slowly pulls off. I wait and notice that they have only pulled up 50 feet, just out of my sight. They are still there, and I can barely see the headlights. It's like they are waiting for something. Thankfully, the chiropractor pulled up in her car in time, and the van was gone. The whole experience was unreal. I can't seem to wrap my head around it. The fact that this man came in with a key and acted like he was there for probation doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. The fact that he wanted to know what the office really was and he blocked the door is also bizarre. A few weeks ago when I was moving equipment into the place, I felt like I was being watched. I ended up burning some sage and thought maybe I was just paranoid about being in a new space at night. But now I'm wondering if there was something I was picking up on and I just didn't know it. I will keep this updated as things progress. Hopefully, that man doesn't come back in, and hopefully, we get a security camera installed and the locks changed. I work at a convenience store. I have had some creepy customers come in before, but this one was a little more disturbing. If it wasn't for what was said and done, I don't think this would have been that bad. I normally work the third shift, which is 4 p.m. to around 12 a.m., and I am by myself for the last 4 hours. This man had come in earlier that day and was acting odd, jittery, chewing at his lip constantly, fumbling with his debit card, to the point that I did everything for him except for putting his PIN number in. Fast forward to around 10:30 p.m. I'm sweeping the floors as I'm supposed to do every night, when the man entered. He approached my register, and I asked him what he needed. "Can I have one of those lighters?" I pick one up and go to scan it, but he tells me that he doesn't have any money. I tell him he can't have it, and he glares at me before leaving. A man was in line behind him, and the entire time I was scanning his things, the creepy guy was staring at me through the window right next to my register. He eventually walked off, and the man I'm helping jokes about the creepy guy asking for a lighter. He tells me to be safe and then walks out to the gas pumps. I start sweeping again, but when I turn around to move a small crate out of my way, the creepy guy is standing right behind me, staring at me, just watching me work. I quickly make my way to the back room to make mop water so I could get away from him for a second. He stayed there for a solid 5 minutes before walking away again. I grabbed a random receipt as a cover and basically bolted to the man at the gas pumps. I got close and asked if he was in a hurry to go anywhere. I told him that the creepy lighter guy was still hanging around and that it was really freaking me out. He promises me that he didn't plan on actually leaving after getting gas. At this point, I thought it wouldn't take up too much of his time since we both thought the man was already wandering away from the store. Unfortunately, he went back toward the store a few seconds later. Soon, an older woman comes in and I warned her about the creepy guy. She asked what I was talking about and I subtly nod in his direction, mind you, still hanging around my window. She looks a little disturbed, leaning in and whispering, "What does he want?" I explained that he wanted a lighter but didn't have any money, so I didn't give him one. I told her to be careful, and she quickly told me to worry more about myself since I was at the store, alone. She left, and I saw the creepy guy approach the window again. Thankfully, he didn't look in, just hung around like he was waiting for someone. After a while, the daughter of a family friend comes in with her girlfriend, and we quietly make small talk. Like the last woman, I warned them that the lighter guy was still roaming around and he could be dangerous. Before they get to tell me anything, a woman who was talking with the guy from the gas pumps hurried in and told me to call the cops. Obviously, not familiar with the area I worked in, and hearing 3 different people telling me what numbers to call, I was shaking and near tears. The family friend said that she would call while I calmed down. Another girl had run out at this point, and I don't blame her. The family friend's girlfriend told me that the lighter guy threatened to throw rocks through the window and hurt or rob me. After about 3 minutes of pacing and trying not to cry, I saw my mom's truck pull in. I bolted to her, telling her what was going on. She calmed me down and walked me back to the entrance. As this happened, the creepy guy had climbed the hill and crossed the street to Bojangles and sat near the front door. The cops arrived, the man from the pumps gave his statement. I gave mine, and finally the family friend gave hers. From what was said, he was about to break into my car. The man that stayed with me stopped him, but that didn't stop the creep from roaming still. After we talked to the cops, they went to Bojangles and confronted the guy. After arguing, a quick pat down, and more arguing, the man was put in the back of the cop car. Needless to say, I hope he never visits my store again. And who knows what would have happened if all those people that helped had decided not to stop by that day. When I was younger, around 11 years old, my mother used to take me to visit her boyfriend who lived in one of the dodgier parts of town. It was always kind of a long walk, and me being a child, I would complain a lot. On the day this happened, it was a very cold day, and I remember it was on one of the walks to his house. We passed by a bus stop. Waiting at the bus stop was an older man with jet black hair and the creepiest grin you could imagine. I looked at him as we passed, and he smiled at me, revealing that half of his teeth were missing. My mother did not seem to notice this man. As we walked past, he got up and began to follow us. I looked behind and thought it was weird that he wasn't waiting for this bus anymore, but I didn't bother to say anything. We arrived at my mother's boyfriend's house, and I forgot about the man. He let me play Resident Evil 4 on his PS2. I ate a cheeseburger, watched a couple episodes of Friends, and then my mother said we were going to the corner shop to buy some milk and bread. We all put on our coats and headed around to the corner shop. When we arrived, my mother and her boyfriend went to buy what they needed and asked me if I wanted any chocolate or chips or anything like that. When they turned the corner, I saw the man again,
staring directly into my eyes with the same smile that he had earlier. I ignored him the best I could, examining the selection of chips and chocolate that they had and grabbing whatever I wanted, when suddenly I felt two hands under my armpits picking me up. At first, I was just confused. I turned around expecting my mother or her boyfriend, but it was the man, and he was already on his way out of the store with me in his grip, basically running out of the store. I screamed and began crying, and that's when my mother screamed also and ran towards me, putting her hands around the man's neck while her boyfriend grabbed me. She punched him, screaming at him all kinds of obscenities. All I remember at this point is the person working in the corner shop coming to ask what just happened, and the man ran out of the store. The person working at the store rang the police, and when they arrived, I told them what happened and gave them a description of the guy, and they said they would look into it. We never heard from the police if they found the guy or not, and every time I go back to that part of town, I shiver at the thought of what could have happened if my mother did not spot him leaving with me. This took place when I was around the age of 7 years old, and I remember not thinking it was too much of a big deal back then. But in retrospect, dear God. So I used to live in a bad neighborhood next to a lot of criminals and sex offenders. I had a lot of friends at school, and one day, one of them was getting ready for school with his little sister, and while they were getting ready, his sister was kidnapped. Luckily, they found her, along with a bunch of other kids in this creepy guy's house. But that happened right under the care of her mother in the span of maybe 40 seconds. So yeah, bad neighborhood. I had a couple of friends I would spend my days playing with till our mothers would call us for dinner. Fabian, Valerie, and Jacob. Jacob was about my age and had an older brother, 17, with autism. Sometimes we kids would all play with Gabriel, the older brother, because his brain conjured up some very fun imagination storylines for us 7 to 9-year-olds. But on this day, it was just me and Jacob. We had been hanging out all day, playing around with these new walkie-talkies we had just got. And allow me to describe the environment. I lived in a weird upstairs-downstairs apartment, but as a single one, so it looked like a big house with a staircase up the side. We had a shed and a yard, and on either side was a wall separating us from an apartment complex on the left of where I lived. From the angle of the driveway was the complex where Fabian lived, and about 25 feet of wood chips separated me from Jacob's house. A strange layout, I know, but I could just walk up and knock on Jacob's door anytime. But we were on the complex on the left playing with our walkie-talkies, seeing how far the range would let us speak from. We started waiting on the steps of Fabian's house, waiting for him to get back home from the mall. We waited for about 20 minutes and noticed an old creepy man looking at us through his window. We didn't think much of it and got bored and decided to start using the walkie-talkies again, testing the range, saying things to each other that was the comedy gold standard for a 7-year-old. When a door opened and out walked the old man that had been looking at us. He had a strange short top hat on, with some 70s era round color tinted Beatles-like glasses on, along with a white thermal sweater, tan brown pants, and suspenders. He had a beard too. He smiled at us and said hello. We had seen him before a few times, so we said hello back. He started talking about various things. I can't exactly remember what. But he eventually moved on to about how he had all these cool collectible antique figures, toys, action figures, dragon statues. It made my little 7-year-old self go wild. He invited me and Jacob in to see, and so we went in. It stunk in there. It was damp, musty, humid. He smelled like cigarettes and other things I can't put my finger on. There was a strange hum coming from his house, and he was talking still, just sort of directing us around and telling us the stories of the figures. I started feeling a bit odd, and he said he needed help with the dishes as he walked me into the kitchen. I didn't fully enter, but I got close enough that I could see a filthy kitchen that stunk badly, visibly was infested, and I mean infested with cockroaches. My parents had taught me about stranger danger, and my dad actually taught me self-defense and ran little kidnapping drills on me. He isn't a military man at all, but he would give me lessons in all of that, just in case. But my alarm bells started ringing. I said no as polite as I could, and he said, "Oh, come on. Can't you spare some time to help a poor old man?" And I felt him move behind me. Something in me just knew, and I turned and he was shutting the front door that had been open this whole time. I was always a quick thinker, so I jammed my foot between the door and the frame to wedge it open, and said, "No thank you." And he said, "Oh, no, really, come on, it's okay." I started thinking about ways to defend myself. He was old, so I knew I could take him if I had to. My dad had taught me a way to hit someone in the bottom of the nose with your palm to really screw them up. Jacob had been looking around the whole time and had been in the corner for the past 30 seconds, and he started to notice. And Jacob started saying things, and the old man started trying more to shut the door. Just then, Jacob's mom furiously screamed his name. Now, Jacob's mother, to put it lightly, was vile. She got angry at all of the kids to an inhumane extent, over practically nothing. But she didn't want Jacob over at this complex, and he knew that. He said, "Oh, crap, I gotta go." As he ran past and shoved the door open, causing the old man to stumble, I took the only chance that I would probably get and ran out. I remember not wanting to face the reality of that situation, so I kept downplaying it in my head, and back then, convincing myself it wasn't that bad. I still didn't ever want to see him again. Again, in retrospect, that was stupid. I did tell my parents, but I never told them the full story, 'cause, well, Fabian lived in that complex, and I didn't want them to stop me from going there and seeing Fabian. Stupid, I know. Still, I wonder about that old man, and I wonder what was up with him, and the apartment, and the smell. God, the smell. I honestly don't want to think about what would have happened if I had missed it by a second to lodge my foot in that door. When I was 15 years old and just got into junior year, I created my first Twitter account that I deleted because of this story. Some pieces of information. I didn't tell anyone my username, neither my family nor my friends, because I didn't have any. My profile picture was an avatar, so no pictures of me on the account. And as location, I said Paris because I lived in the suburbs. I didn't have many followers, 20 or maybe 30, and I didn't follow that many people. One evening in October, someone sent me a quite strange direct message. It was a 200 followers account, and the message was, "Hi, my name is Rob. I just turned 17 and wanted to know if you lived in my city because I will soon move in and go to the town high school, and I'm looking for friends." The town he named was obviously the town I lived in. I immediately thought something was wrong because there was nowhere on my profile I said where I actually lived. But after some time thinking, I remembered of a tweet I made weeks ago about buses, and I mentioned the city. So I told myself he just looked up for my city and found my tweet. His age wasn't shocking because I'm 2 years ahead of my classmates. I was bored, and as he was polite, I answered him. I told him I indeed lived in that city and go to the high school there. The discussion was natural, and we talked a lot that night, mainly about high school, about the food at the cafeteria, about the teachers, that kind of thing. But as it was getting very late, he tried to interpose some personal questions like, do you live far away from the school? In a house or in an apartment? Do you live with both your parents? There's 5 of you? You're not often home alone, right? I never answered because it was way too shady for me, and unfortunately, he didn't insist. Unfortunately, because if he did, I would have probably blocked him. The next day, the same thing. We talked a lot, and he was still asking personal questions to quote-unquote know me better. So I asked some too, and he always answered with what seemed like honesty. I still didn't answer the questions about my house though, because he didn't need to know anything about it. It lasted 2 or 3 weeks, but it was enough for me to develop feelings for him. He was handsome, super kind, and it was everything I needed, because I was bullied for years, and even today, I still develop strong feelings, but most importantly, blind trust in people who are friendly to me. In France, in October, we have a 2-week-long vacation, and the day before back to school day, he finally told me he was coming to my high school, because he finally moved in with his mom, and he asked me a place to meet during the morning break. I was so happy and relieved to be able to finally meet him, and told him to join me in the hall. But when he understood that there would be people around, he said he would prefer an isolated place because he was afraid he would not recognize me and didn't want to spend the break looking for me. It was a good excuse for me, so I told him to meet me in the 3rd floor bathroom because we weren't allowed to stay there during the breaks and no one would disturb us. In my head, even though it was a little bit creepy, I was still in school, so nothing could happen to me. The next day, back to school day, I made myself pretty. I wore my best clothes and counted down the minutes. And finally, when break time arrived, I ran to the bathroom and waited. And when he arrived, it was him. He was not a catfish. He looked quite like his profile picture, but I noticed that he seemed a little bit older than he told me. I thought 20 years old instead of 17. We talked a lot. We got along well. I was so pleased. And at the end of the break, he asked me to go to fast food with him for lunch. I said no because I didn't have any money, and I always refuse for people to pay for me. It's a principle I have. He seemed disappointed, but offered to walk me home after classes. I explained that I have to take the bus, but that he could walk me to the bus stop. He looked disappointed again, but finally accepted. And that's exactly what happened, and it was so great that it quickly became some kind of routine. We met in the 3rd floor bathroom during the morning break, and he walked me to the bus stop after classes. Surprising fact, I never saw him in the hallways nor at the cafeteria, but I thought at the time that the building was huge and that there were over 1,500 students in here, so if our schedules didn't coincide, there was no way we could meet each other. This little game lasted until December, so almost a month and a half. The 14th of December, a Thursday, I complained about how lonely I was going to be that evening because my dad was abroad for work. My brother was always at his friend's house. My little sis was on a school trip, and my mom had to work late that very night. It was very reckless of me, but after weeks, I thought I could trust him. That evening, he walked me to the bus stop. We both waited. I got on the bus, waved at him, and put in my earphones. I had 2 stops before my house. It was about 5:45 in December, so it was already really dark outside. And as I got out of the bus, I had a really bad feeling. There was that very uncomfortable sensation in my stomach, and I felt like I was being observed. I pressed pause on my music, but kept my earphones in, so that people thought I couldn't hear anything, and that is probably what saved my life. I lived in a suburban neighborhood, very silent, especially at night, with no visibility on the big road the bus passed in. When I heard footsteps behind me, I understood that I was right. There was someone following me, and he was not well-intentioned. At least, I could hear that he was not accelerating, so he was not trying to catch me up, but I couldn't guess how long it would last. As quietly as possible, I tried to reach for my keys in my pocket, and when I finally pulled them out, I ran as fast as I could, the best sprint of my life. I don't know how it worked, but I managed to open and close the door before he could reach me. I then deactivated my alarm, which, by the way, confirmed that I was home alone, and took a look through my glass panel on the door. It is not a peephole, it is a whole window, so if someone wants to see what's happening inside, they can. It was Rob, a few meters away, looking at me with a really creepy face. He followed me to my home, probably with a car, and he was clearly not here for chit-chat. I still don't know why I didn't call the police,
I was totally paralyzed. We both stared at each other for a minute, and when I took back control over my body, I ran in the kitchen to get a knife and got back to the door. He was there too, banging against it. I feared for a second that the glass would break, but it didn't happen. That moment, when I was pushing against the door, praying for it to not break while he was kicking harder and harder, was the longest I've ever experienced. After maybe 5 minutes, he stopped and got around the house, knocking against every shutter, and got back to the door. He looked very angry, but then my neighbor's car reached my house and Rob ran away, probably thinking it was my mom coming home. On Twitter, Rob sent me 1,000 messages before I could block him. He then deleted his account, and I thought I was done with this story. But quickly after, some accounts which have just been created followed me. Their handles were all a series of numbers and the first letter of his name, and as soon as I blocked one, another one followed me. I chose to delete my account because I couldn't make it stop, and it was too hard to endure because they were sending me dozens of insulting DMs. Later, I talked to the people who were supposed to be Rob's classmates because I haven't met him again in days, but not a single one ever heard about Rob. This guy was never a student in my high school. That is why I have never met him apart from our daily meetings, and that is probably why he seemed so old. I never heard about him again, and I am still asking myself, what did he want, and what would have happened that night if he had gotten inside my house? Alaska is the perfect place to go if you want to get away from the rest of the world. As America's least densely populated state, you have plenty of breathing room from any kind of authority or prying eyes that may want to know what you're up to. For this reason, my home state is very attractive to all sorts of weird and unsavory groups. I have stumbled across Scientology centers at the end of a dirt back road with nothing else for miles around. Heard stories from doomsday preppers who claim to have bunkers made out of shipping containers in the sides of mountains, and met people who have come out of religious cults in the interior that wanted to keep their followers away from any contact with the outside world. All of this and more you can find in Alaska. I was born and raised in Anchorage, the only big city in the state. Growing up, we had about 250,000 people in a city. It takes about 30 minutes tops to drive across, so that gives you an idea for what we up north consider a big city. The only other real city in the state is Fairbanks. These two cities are connected by 360 miles of a 2-lane highway. It's a 7-hour drive one way to get between them through one of the most beautiful landscapes on the planet. Mountains rise up on either side of you between Anchorage and Denali National Park before you drive through these colossal canyons, carved out of the rock over tens of thousands of years by melting glaciers and rivers. Past Denali is another 3 hours of driving through a vast, flat, interior plain with mountains in the distance. I say all this to help you understand just how desolate it feels in the Alaska, even on the highway. After you get out of Anchorage or Fairbanks, there is nothing but wilderness as far as the eye can see, save for the occasional small town with a max population of about 1,000 people on a good day. 10 years back, it was even less. Alaskan girls are built tough. We change tires, hunt, fish, camp, and generally have a great appreciation for the great outdoors that women in the lower 48 don't really have if they're near a city. The joke is that Anchorage is the biggest rural city in the country. All this brings context to the following story. In high school, things were different, or at least they felt different. I was a young and stupid woman who thought I could conquer anything due to the aforementioned built tough attitude that I was raised with. Senior year of high school, I decided to treat myself to a camping trip into the mountains, up past Talkeetna. Nothing fancy, just an overnight or two in the most beautiful state at the most beautiful time of the year, mid-June. Going up north in peak summer here has a weird feeling to it. The sun never really sets. If you've ever seen the movie Midsummer, that's what it's like. It gets to about dusk, and that's it. It's still bright and sunny out the whole night through.
The false sense of security I had thinking that the midnight sunlight would mean safety probably nearly got me killed, or worse. My second mistake was not telling anyone where I was going. I just packed up for my trip, stopped at Subway for a lunch, and headed out into the great beyond. The drive was fine. A solid 2.5 hours of driving north along the highway took up most of the afternoon as I jammed out to the greatest hits from the radio on Cool 97.3. After you get through the Matsu Valley, you get into the mountains again. Tall spruce and evergreen trees line the road on both sides, with the occasional empty space where there has been some clear-cut logging. All of this gives you a sense that while you're out in the wilderness, you are still connected to civilization in some way. This led me to my biggest mistake: not staying at a state park campground. I was in high school with only a part-time job and didn't want to pay the $15 overnight camp fee, and was too scared to risk the fine, so I found a spot that looked good and pulled off the road. The map I got from my dad said there was an old mining site up a nearby mountain, so I decided that would be the best spot to head to for an overnight. My logic must have been that it was badass to spend a night in a mining ghost town or something. Pulled off the road, packed up my backpack, put on some bug spray, grabbed my map and compass, and started off into the woods. Now, this hadn't been the first time I had done this. I have been on wilderness backpacking trips on my own with my dad throughout my childhood. I knew my orientation skills and had taken some wilderness survival courses at camp. I wasn't just some dumb blonde wandering off into the woods with no idea of where I was, or so I thought. A solid 45-minute hike up into the hills, and I finally made it to where the old mining camp was supposed to be. There was nothing there, just an old concrete foundation with some holes in it, and nothing else. I was very disappointed but unsurprised at the outcome. I set up camp off in the woods and set to building a fire for dinner on the concrete slab. Here you're supposed to set up cooking a ways from your camp just in case bears are nosy. The last thing you want is a 1,300-pound grizzly poking his nose in your tent, wondering why you smell like Campbell's soup and s'mores. By this time it was getting late, about 10 p.m., but the sun was still high in the sky, and by the time dinner was over, it was nearly 11. I was starving and dug in. About an hour later, it was about as dark as it was going to get, so I hunkered down in my tent for the night, confident that the overgrowth was private enough for whatever animals might come out around then. I woke to voices in the distance, and slow-moving crashing through the underbrush. My first thought was hunters. My dad and I had run into a few on some campouts, so it wasn't uncommon. I relaxed and figured they would just pass through without incident and closed my eyes again. That's when they found my fire pit. A man's voice cried out into the brightish forest. "Who the hell is camping on our property?" I froze. I knew I had messed up and was getting up, grabbing my purse and putting on my shoes so I could go apologize before I heard the man again. "When we find you, you're dead. You're on private militia property and trespassers get shot." That's when the whole situation changed. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't just pack up my tent and stuff with some armed guy lurking around. I carefully put my shoes on, put my keys in my purse, and slung away into the underbrush as quietly as I could. My thought was to slip away, wait until they got bored and left, and then go back, pack up, and leave. I spent 20 minutes hunkered behind a log in the woods, barely in earshot, before I heard a second voice calling for the others. They had found my tent and were tearing it apart, going through my stuff. I heard one shout out, "Bed's still warm," and "Trespasser's a chick. She left her underwear." The first man shouted out, "Okay, fan out and find her. She thinks she can trespass, then there's gonna be hell to pay." At that point, I wasn't concerned that I had left my spare change of underwear in my bag, or that these creeps had found it. I needed to get out of there. Quietly, I made my way down the mountain for a good 30 minutes, tiptoeing and taking care not to step on twigs or make a ruckus. After the rustling and shouting of the men had faded quite a bit, I said screw it and booked it as fast as I could into the midnight sun down the hills. I tripped and fell and got scraped up more times than I would care to remember. Finally, I made it back to the road, but much to my horror, there was no car. I knew I had come up or down the road from where I had been. I couldn't quite remember where I was at the time, but picked a direction and started walking. I rounded a corner on the road and saw my car and the two men standing beside it. They were armed and dressed in surplus military gear. I hid in the brush on the side of the road and watched. A while later, several more men appeared from the trail I had taken. They dumped all of my stuff next to my car, hopped back on their ATVs, and drove off. I went up to my car, careful not to be seen, and found a note on my dashboard. It read something like, "If we ever catch you on our property again, we will not hesitate to use force. Consider this a warning." I went back to start loading stuff into my car and noticed what they had done. They had cut up or destroyed all of my gear, probably as punishment for trespassing. Honestly, I am thankful they did that because I am grateful I didn't get shot. Ever since then, I have taken great care to camp only in designated camping areas. Please don't judge some of my incredibly stupid decisions of my creepy encounter. I was very young. So when I was 15, my sister and I ran away from home. That was dumb decision number 1. I was gone for a total of about 6 months. At some point, for about 2 weeks, we were living in a run-down motel. One night, while I was by myself, I was sitting on the stairs of the motel, flipping through a magazine. Stupid decision number 2. A grown man walks by me and starts to talk to me. He asks my name and why I am sitting outside. I ask him if he is a cop. Extremely stupid decision number 3, since this shows him I do not want cops involved as I was a runaway. He asked, "Do I look like a cop?" He didn't. He said he had some alcohol in his room. He was willing to share if I would like to come up and drink with him. At 15, to me, free alcohol sounded great. I said okay and went with him to his room. Stupid decision number 4. We got to his room and began drinking and talking a bit. I forget what I asked him, but at some point, I asked him something that made him get out his ID and show it to me. Under his name, I noticed it had offender under his name in red. Warning bells went off, and I asked what that meant. He replied, "What do you think it means?" At that point, I just wanted the hell out of there. As I'm thinking that, an additional grown man walks into the room. He sees me, smiles, and they both nod to each other. I am now in a locked motel room with 2 grown men. I turn to the first guy and tell him something, like I have to get something out of my room real quick and I'll be right back up. I must have sounded believable. He said, "You'll come right back?" I said, "Of course, I want to keep drinking." He then asked what room number I was in. I lied and made up one, of course. By the grace of God, he let me out of that room, and I briskly walked back to my room. Not even a minute later, the phone rings. I pick it up. "Why did you lie to me?" I said, "What do you mean?" "You lied about your room number. I watched you go into your room." I told him it must have slipped my mind when I was talking to him earlier. He then told me to come back upstairs to his room so we can keep hanging out. I told him I would be right up. I then proceeded to unplug the phone from the wall and curl up in a ball since I was so afraid he would try to come for me. I still to this day do not know why he let me leave. He didn't have to. Lord knows what would have happened to me that night. Scary to think since I was a runaway. No one would have known anything. I had no ID and was going by a different name. I looked up what offender means. Most websites say that it means the person is a sex offender or out on parole. I was so lucky. Surprisingly though, it took me to becoming an adult to realize the danger I was in that night. To me at 15, he was a creepy guy, and I instinctively knew I had to get out of there. But it wasn't until years later that I really understood how bad that situation could have become.
So, this story needs a little bit of backstory. I am a 21-year-old female, and at the time of this story, I was 19 and had just started a new job at a Greek restaurant in my town. I had also just found out I was 6 weeks pregnant and still in the process of comprehending this, but ended up losing the pregnancy about 2 weeks after this incident. So needless to say, I was wrecked emotionally. This new job meant basically waiting tables for about 6 to 10 hours a day. And for anyone who has ever experienced morning sickness knows that it does not just strike in the morning. So I was pretty nauseated most of the day and exhausted, which meant I wasn't exactly the most alert. I was incredibly tired all the time, but I tried my best to still appear alert and focused. I woke up bright and early and put on a long sleeve button-down, black slacks, and non-slip shoes. On my first day at this new job, I was immediately walked through and introduced to the other employees. One person in particular stood out immediately. He was probably in his mid-40s to early 50s, overweight, dark, unkempt hair and beard, glasses, no smile. He stared like he was trying to direct me with his eyes and seemed to be analyzing every part of me. To this day, it is still something that can send a chill down my spine. I think it is also worth mentioning that because I look younger than I am when I am not wearing makeup, I was continuously being asked what high school I went to. Most of them assumed I was like 16 years old, and I had never been formally introduced to this guy, or even learned his name. So as far as he knew, I was 16 years old. I didn't see the point in correcting them, since I was pretty used to being mistaken for younger when my arms were covered. Throughout my entire shift, I could feel eyes on me no matter where I went in the restaurant. And over time, I would turn to the kitchen and see his cold, unmoving, deadpan expression locked onto me like a heat-seeking missile. For the most part, on the first day, this is all he did. Aside from that, he left me alone. But for me, it was already enough to put me on edge. I would also catch moments where he and my manager would be speaking with one another, look over at me, and then speak again. At first I thought, okay, that is just the hormones. I'm being crazy. Then, towards the end of my shift, I let my manager know I would need to leave exactly at closing because I need to walk to my bus stop, and if I miss that bus, I'm kinda screwed until the next one comes, at a little before midnight. He agrees and says it will not be a problem. He also mentions that I am dressed so formally and that casual would be better. So the next day I decided to just wear the same thing as I saw other female coworkers wearing, and I came in for my shift. I am wearing an all-black short-sleeve t-shirt, black yoga pants, non-slip shoes, and my apron. I also happen to have multiple tattoos, most of which are on my wrists, forearms, and inner arms. Not a full sleeve, but pretty visible. To most of the coworkers, this was enough to show them I was in fact over 18, but it also made me more interesting of an object to leer at during my shift for him. As I was restocking some of the sauces we put on the table, he approached me and stared down at me intently. I looked up startled to see him so close to me and just said, "Yes?" He just stared at me for a few seconds and then said, "Want some coffee?" We had a machine we used to make various coffee drinks that we kept in the back, so I assumed this is what he meant and responded, okay, sure, thanks, I'd appreciate that." He seemed really content and just walked away without another word. He never actually brought me coffee, and I thought that was kind of weird, but I just went back to doing my job. A few hours later, and it's finally time I can take my lunch break, I quickly place my to-go order and run to the back room to change into a sweater. When I came back from changing, my food is ready, and he hands me the food, and I notice there is a piece of paper on top, and he is smirking at me, then looking at my manager with a smile. I realize later that the piece of paper is his phone number. When I come back from my lunch, I am asked by my manager to go into the storage unit behind the restaurant and grab cases of soda to restock the fridge. I agree and head back. This storage unit was basically a metal shipping carrier that was in the parking lot behind the restaurant. There was one big heavy metal door to get in, and no light on the inside. While I was in there, I had my back turned to the metal door while I was knelt down looking for all the cases of soda on the shelves. Hey. My heart nearly stops, and I let out a sharp squeak of terror and quickly turn around to see him. I chuckle half-heartedly to try and make it seem like I wasn't on the verge of passing out, and then just quickly ask, am I in your way? Silence. I slowly stand up and brace my back against the wall of the shipping container, realizing that I may not be in the safest position right now. You never texted me. He slowly starts to move towards me, and I half cry, half shout, I have a boyfriend. Dead silence again. He simply slams his fist into the shipping carrier door and walks out without a word. His shift ended 1 hour later, and mine was set to end in another 5 hours. He seemed to have left, and I got through the rest of my shift almost completely without incident. I notice a car in the parking lot of the restaurant going out through the entrance, and I think to myself, how stupid, why would he go that way? The car goes towards the intersection and then U-turns to be driving the same way that I'm walking. At this point, it is about 10:30 p.m., and I had just finished closing up and began walking towards my bus stop only about a mile away at the train station. As I am walking, I stay on the phone with my godmother and walk along the train station. As I reach my stop, I realize that there is a car that just keeps circling. I had noticed it while I was walking from my job, but thought it must just be because I was on a straight road for so long. And when I notice the lift badge on it, I assume it is just someone looking for their passenger. I know that it can be dangerous waiting at night by myself, since the trains had already stopped running that night, and I had another 30 or so minutes before my bus would arrive. I keep pepper spray on me just in case, and a whistle in my backpack for this exact reason. I place my backpack down next to me on the bench and pop in one of my earbuds so I can have my playlist queued up and ready to go when my bus arrives. 15 more minutes go by and I see the car circle again. Another 10 minutes and it pulls up directly in front of me. I take out my earbud to preemptively say, I'm not your passenger, sorry. The window on the car rolls down, and you guessed it. It's him. Get in, he demanded quickly. I am dumbfounded and freeze. No thanks, my bus will be here soon. He smiles eerily. Don't you see who it is? You know me. Get in. I tense up. No, I really don't want to. Please leave me alone. My voice is shaking and breaking on every word. I reach slowly for my backpack and freeze. Get in the car now. I feel my entire body lock up, and I want to scream, but nothing comes out. I hear his door unlock, and I start to panic, thinking this is going to end very badly for me. The bus pulls in, and I see the driver door of his car slam shut, and he peels off down the road. I run into the bus and quickly take the closest seat to the driver I possibly could. As soon as I get through the door of my room, I see my boyfriend and burst into tears and sob. I was shaking the entire bus ride with the realization that he had followed me in his car for a mile to the bus stop and then circled and waited until I was completely alone. I felt so ashamed that I had all the tools I believed I needed to keep myself safe, and I froze up. I went to the police the next day and was told that even though they agreed it was extremely concerning and it could escalate further, that they could not do anything until he flat out stated his intent to hurt me or stalked me for at least 48 hours. I was completely devastated, but also determined to stay away from him at that place. I quit over text message the next day because I was never going to go back in person. I really, really hope I never see him again. So this just happened to me like 15 minutes ago, and more than anything, I'm just embarrassed that I couldn't have just rolled it off my back and not gotten scared. I live in a fairly low-rent, shady apartment complex since I'm in college, and it's what I can afford. Obviously, we're all social distancing, but I really wanted to try and get a bit more sunlight to help me keep my sanity from being home all day, every day. So I went out of my apartment and sat on a bench near the bus stop, just to sit for a little while. I put my earbuds in and called a friend. In my peripheral vision, I could see people standing outside their doors to have cigarettes, and a lady walking her dog, but we were all at the very least like 40 feet away from each other, so no one seemed worried. A couple were talking outside their door, and for a moment, I thought they were looking at me. I figured I was just being paranoid though, until the woman started walking my direction. As she was walking, I was keeping an eye on it, but trying to keep acting like I hadn't noticed. The bench I was on was near the mailboxes for the whole complex and the bus stop, so I figured there were plenty of reasons other than me she could be coming that way. That was until she stopped just in front of me. I looked up, noticed I had seen this woman once before on the bus. She wears a lot of very heavy, dramatic makeup, including drawing on a set of eyebrows just below the ones she's already growing. She once started talking to me on my morning bus ride to school and gave me an itemized list of the things that she didn't like about my face. I had just sort of smiled and nodded and then looked the other way the rest of the trip. It looked like maybe she was talking, so I pulled my earbuds out and hung up on my friend abruptly. "Sorry?" I said. "Could you call the police for me?" she said. Okay, I said back, picking up my phone. "Actually, never mind," she said quickly. She looked nervous. "Are you sure?" "Yeah. Could I have $1?" I told her I didn't have any change and apologized. "Oh, okay. Actually, could you call the police for me?" "Yes," I said again, unlocking my phone. "Wait, actually it's fine," she said, now smiling at me. Now when she said it the first time, my brain at first thought, she's not visibly injured. Maybe she's in trouble. Had she been fighting with that man I saw her with before? Was she in danger? Was she being so casual with me because she needed help, but did not want to alert someone that she was trying to get it? I looked her in the eyes and said, "Are you sure? I really can call someone if you need it." She responded, "No, it's fine." Now, some important context about me is that I have some history of trauma. I don't really want to elaborate too much, but the short of it is, I am left with a lot of fear of people touching me or violating my personal space. Because some things from when I was growing up, my body now has basically the worst response when someone violates my boundaries, which is to go very limp and let the other person do whatever they want to me, in the hopes that if I don't struggle, they won't hurt me as much. It's basically the worst response I could have, but it's very hard to reprogram my body. Due to my mental health issues, I have also spent significant periods of my life in psychiatric hospitals for treatment. I have met a lot of different people with different issues in the hospital, so I have a bit of a sense for when someone might not be all there mentally. The longer I talked to this woman, the more of a sense I got that she was perhaps not totally in her right mind. Now in the hospital, I have had similar experiences where someone who wasn't fully lucid cornered me, and I got trapped in a potentially not safe situation. This is all made worse by my inability to A, get people to just leave me alone, and B, protect my physical space when my body's been triggered into fight or flight. In the hospital when this happens, the hope is that staff notice and help me get away, with mixed results as a lot of things go on in hospitals that staff end up either unaware of or not noticing until it's too late. But that's a different story. So at that moment, my body decided it was time to screw me over. I started to realize that this woman was getting closer and closer to me, and probably not totally well in the head. My body started pumping adrenaline, which made my hands and legs start to feel weak. I felt like I couldn't get enough breath, and my head started to go a little fuzzy. The woman positioned herself to sit down next to me, and I started to try to get up. "Hey, do you want to walk to the store with me?" she said. I stood up. "Sorry, I can't. I have to take my friend to somewhere." I realized I couldn't think of a lie fast enough. My brain wasn't cooperating. He's, been texting me all day, and, I'm sorry. Okay, she said, now standing next to me. I started to walk from the bench back over to my building. My legs were feeling pretty wobbly, but I tried to walk as casually as possible. Behind me, I could hear her following. She wasn't moving too fast. I thought maybe she thought I wouldn't notice. Still, I tried not to seem scared. Not that my legs would have been able to run anyway. I got into my building about 60 seconds before her, and she was still definitely following. I kept thinking, I just need to get into my apartment and lock the door before she sees which one is mine. My apartment is on the second floor, but it's a short flight of stairs, and you can see my apartment door from the bottom, where the main door to the building is. I tried to run up them, but my head was swimming, and my legs weren't cooperating. It's like that feeling when you're half awake, and you try to move your limbs, and they sort of do what you tell them, but not really. Like they feel sort of far away from you, and only semi under your control. I made it up the stairs, and luckily, I had left my door unlocked. I got in and closed it behind me, just as I heard her opening the main door to the building below me. I locked all 3 locks on my door, and went over to the window to see if I could see her. She wasn't visible from the window, which meant she was still in my building. I texted my dad and asked if he thought I still ought to call the police. He said I should. I went into my bedroom and called 911. Now the windows in my bedroom show the other side of the building and the back door. The operator asked for a description and if I knew where she was now, and I told her I couldn't see her out my front windows, so I thought she was still in the building. Then suddenly, I saw her walk out and stand just below my window. The 911 operator said she would send a few officers and to call them back if she left. I backed away from the window a bit. I was worried she would see me looking at her and then know which unit I was in. She looked around for a bit and then just slowly started wandering away towards a different building. Within about 5 minutes, 3 cop cars rolled in and stopped behind my apartment. They noticed her standing over by the other building, looking like she might try to talk to the woman walking her dog. 2 of the officers parked and went to talk to her while the 3rd drove off. I was watching as they talked to her for a while, and then eventually, the man I had seen her talking to at the start came out of a different building than they had been standing in front of before and seemed to coax her in. The officers let her go and talked to the woman with the dog for a moment, and then finally left. I think probably they decided she had mental health issues, but wasn't actively a threat to anyone, so they let it be, which is okay with me. I know that some people deal with chronic issues that can be a little alarming to people in their community, but most of the time don't actually pose much of a threat. Now I'm just sitting here feeling like an overdramatic fool and waiting to regain full control over my limbs and for my heart rate to go down. But the lady with the 4 eyebrows, I really hope I never see you again. Today there was a test of the civil defense siren in the region I live in, and the sound of it brought back a memory of something I have not thought about for years. In my country, it is common for these sirens to be placed on school buildings, and so it is very memorable the few times a year it would be tested. Back when I was in middle school, at the age of 14, I was like most other kids my age trying to fit in. In my case, that meant I was trying to blend into the crowd of older emo kids. I was attending a creative course, and because the entire school ground was getting renovated, there were multiple old buildings that were going to be demolished. Because of this, me and some older emo kids were pretty much allowed to do whatever we wanted with those buildings for an art project and for the upcoming school fair. So we were painting random stuff on the walls and painting the stairs into waterfalls and such. On this day, we were getting close to the end of our project. It was the end of the day, so school was pretty much empty, and the sirens were going to be tested. Funnily enough, those sirens that probably originated way back from World War II were placed on top of the abandoned school buildings where said event was going to happen. Among the emo kids, There was this guy that was a few years older than me that I always found very weird, named Paul. The only way to describe him is that it was like he was constantly pretending to be unpredictable and crazy for laughs. Most of the time, this just meant that he was clowning around. He was friends with another emo guy my age, Andrew, who was openly obsessed with me. He was a very annoying daily thing that I had to deal with, who constantly followed me around school, saying weird sexual stuff and sniffing my hair. But despite his stalkerish behavior, it never went past that. Paul, too, had soon joined in on Andrew following me around, and so I skipped school a lot because no one wanted to take me seriously. They thought I was just being whiny about this comedic duo of pursuers, and even my mother would laugh if I complained about it. Despite them both being really creepy and annoying, I felt bad for them, because Andrew was getting bullied for being feminine and gay, even though he clearly was not, given how he acted around me. And I felt bad for Paul because I knew he came from a very tragic and troubled home. This one day, I was walking downstairs from where my friends were painting to the empty first floor so I could get outside of the building. The sirens had started, and it was so loud, it was impossible to hear anything, except during the small breaks. Suddenly, someone grabbed me before I managed to get outside and just moved me into the other hallway, where a wall blocked any view from the entrance of the building. He literally held his hands in front of my mouth as he suddenly pushed me and lifted me up against the brick wall there, so I was shocked and kind of out of breath. As he faced me, I saw that it was the weirdo Paul, who was, for the record, very tall compared to my tiny frame. The sirens were going off loudly, and he did not say anything, just stared at me with completely crazy eyes. Back then I was so completely innocent, and the fact that he could do anything bad did not cross my mind right away. I just nervously laughed while I said that he scared me and asked him to please put me down. But he didn't, and I was starting to freak out because no one could hear me or knew where I was. Just then, before anything could happen, this older emo girl who was one of my friends appeared, peeking out around the corner because she was looking for me. When she saw what he was doing, she did not hesitate for a moment. She walked over screaming at Paul and kicked him as hard as she could in the knee. He dropped me as he crouched down in pain, and my friend just grabbed my shoulder and brought me outside to the schoolyard. After that, we did not really talk about it, just called him a creep and laughed it off. During my last few years in middle school, I drifted away from that crowd as they were all older and moving on to high school. As I have grown older and wiser, I have come to realize just how close I had come to something really bad happening to me. Because of the sirens, no one would have been able to hear me scream. And because we were in the abandoned building, there was a lot of secluded rooms that he could have dragged me to. So I'm so thankful that my old friend walked in before he had the chance. Without her, the story may have been very different. Lastly, I would like to add that I saw this guy again in high school because he was dating a friend of a friend. He was often waiting around school grounds for her to finish classes, and even though I tried avoiding him, he ran up and hugged me once. I felt very uncomfortable and just sort of froze. After that, I told my friend that he was not the right person, and she said she knew he was abusive to her friend. After that, I told my friend that I really believed he was not the right person. It was 2009. I'm in high school and I'm a male. I live in an island where most people live near the coast, but my childhood house is deep in the mountains. Imagine a house in the woods, but at the very top of the mountain. The house is surrounded by thick mist every night, like in a bad horror movie, and the woods around it start less than 2 feet from the outer walls of our house. Our closest neighbor is about a 15-minute drive, and 5 minutes away there's an abandoned house. There's no streetlights, and there are all kinds of animals roaming the area. This is important to the story. because even though you couldn't see a group of 10 people hiding 1 meter away from you in the woods, you could hear absolutely everything up to a couple kilometers away. If we saw car lights or heard a car approaching, my family and I would turn off the lights and hide. I don't know why. Shy, antisocial, whatever you want to call it. I think that's enough to set my story up, but I'll add a little bit more detail that might be important. My house is small, but our family car was a good one. I don't know much about cars, but my dad always says that without a really good car, we wouldn't be able to go up and down the mountain we lived in. Also, there's currently 8 people living inside our house. This happened one night at about 11 p.m. So I'm at the dining table enjoying some cereal while I watch some anime, having the time of my life. The lights in the house were on, so nothing could be seen in the darkness outside. There's a window in front of me that faces the front of the house and the road. Something calls my attention, but I don't hear or see anything. Suddenly, I think I slightly see a human silhouette outside, but it's not moving. So I just ignore it as some effect of the lights in the house, or maybe my own reflection. More anime, more cereal. Then, I think I see something moving at the other side of the window, and this time, the silhouette is waving at me. I felt my heart jump out of my chest and I froze. There was a person outside, waving at me. After maybe 10 seconds, in which I had just looked up with a spoon halfway to my mouth, he decides to call out, "Hello, I need help." My parents hear him and approach the window, which made me sure I wasn't looking at a ghost. The man outside starts telling a story about how his car was stolen and he needs help. My parents are surprised that nobody heard his footsteps, so they whisper their theories among themselves. For the mysterious guy's story to be true, he had to have been mugged more than a mile away, gotten his car stolen, and then walked for half an hour in the dark through the woods, following the dim light of our house. My parents still decide to believe him, and they offer to call the police. Our visitor begs to say the stupidest thing he could have. "Don't call the police. I don't have a gun." My parents stay silent for a while. The guy outside knows that he messed up, but proceeds to make his request. "Can I please get a ride downtown?" My dad nervously chuckles and gives him an excuse. He mentions the time, the fact that he felt the guy was lying, and that he had already called the police. This is when my favorite part of the story begins. I stand up from the table, shaking. I go to a closet, and even though I can't see the guy's face, I know he's following my actions. I grab 2 machetes that are half my size and run to the other room. I was terrified, and looking back, I probably took away the only weapons my parents could have used to protect themselves, in case of an altercation. I opened a door to the room where my siblings and I sleep, and they were watching some silly show. My sisters are loud, and my younger brothers are 4 years old, 7 years old, and 9 years old, so their laughs are angelical by day and demonic by night. I signal at them to shut up, and they do so, joining me and my parents in our fear. There's silence, and then suddenly we hear the guy say, "It's okay if you can't help me. I'll go to the next house." My dad replies, "There's no next house. You should wait for the police here." "I don't need the police. I'm good." This goes back and forth. The guy is now in good shape to walk an hour down the mountain to reach downtown. My dad offers a rusty metal tricycle from our porch so that he can go downtown, as a joke. The guy accepts this offer and grabs the tricycle. I assume he just wanted to leave with something. This tricycle is 20 years old, and it definitely doesn't work. And this guy definitely wouldn't be able to ride it even if it did. We hear the screeching of the tricycle for a couple seconds as the stranger struggled to be able to ride it and then stopped not too far away from the house. It seemed like he stopped, and we didn't hear any footsteps that indicated the guy had left. After trying to identify if he was still in sight, to no avail, my dad calls the police. We wait in silence, looking at the road from the front windows. 15 minutes later, the police finally arrive, and as soon as the red and blue lights show up, they illuminate the entire road up to the abandoned house. The tricycle is sitting by itself on the road not too far away.
The police claim not seeing anyone on the road, so they just took a look at the woods with a flashlight and called it a night. The cops were clearly freaked out by the eerie look of our house and did not stay more than 5 minutes. Nothing else happened that night. I slept with 2 machetes under my bed, which I remember angered one of my sisters. We have no idea who this person was. No carjackings were reported the next day, and even though a lot of weird things happen around my house, we never saw this guy again. It's pretty obvious he was up to no good, but there were a few things that we could never understand. Where did he come from? Where did he go? If his story was true, he had the worst luck in the world. I think the situation was interesting because I think about his point of view and our horror night turns a bit comical. I mean, imagine this. You go rob a house. Turns out the people inside speak calmly. There's a scrawny, seemingly mute kid that tries to be sneaky and grabbing some huge machetes and then hides somewhere in the darkness of the house. Then you hear children's laughter coming from a room and then absolute silence. I think we were lucky, but probably out-creeped this creep that night. I don't see any other reason for this guy to back out of his plans. The guy clearly had a gun and bad intentions, not to mention his ability to ninja walk through a forest where we even hear wildcats walking around. Also, no neighbors witnessed or heard anything. I am sure some other person would have told this story better, but I gave it a shot. Obviously, I hope I never see this guy again, even though I wouldn't know if I did, because I never saw his face.